morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. U.S. Senate Republicans said Wednesday they have no timetable for releasing a new scaled-back proposal from Senator Mike Lee of Utah to sell public lands in the West. The Senate referee had ruled his first plan violated the budget process by straying too far into policymaking. So Lee posted on X Tuesday that he's working on new language, and Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that Lee's original provision of a mandatory sell-off of 2 to 3 million acres of public lands in the next 5 years has been highly contentious in Wyoming.
The One Big Beautiful Bill Act is a sprawling tax and spending package, but Senator Mike Lee tucked in language to sell part of public lands, a huge contentious issue in Wyoming. It was ruled out of order by the Senate parliamentarian. I spoke with John Barrasso's people, Senator Cynthia Lummis's people. I emailed other Mountain West senators on Lee's committee. There's no guarantee anything's going to be in the bill or what it's going to look like. The Senate leadership is racing to get this bill to the floor.
But some Wyoming outdoor enthusiasts said Wednesday that there is no revision or new version of a proposal to sell federal public land that hunters and anglers will find acceptable. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to several outdoors men and women who said that Lee missed the point.
I talked to Carly Provenza, Owen Miller, and Chris Steffen. Senator Mike Lee of Utah has reported he's trying to do some rewrites, do some revisions, maybe get that introduced back in. But the bottom line with the Wyoming hunters, or at least what I'm hearing from them, is there's nothing they can do to make this acceptable. We'd say we don't want public land sold anywhere, anytime, period.
Provenza, who's also a Wyoming state legislator, said regardless of what happens with Lee's proposal, she thinks the fight is far from over. She said attempts to sell off federal lands in the West are nothing new, and she expects Lee and others who favor that idea to keep trying. Wyoming cattle ranchers stand behind the effort of a South Dakota Republican to narrow the use of Product of the USA labels to beef derived from cattle born, raised, slaughtered, and processed in the U.S. But they aren't fans of his push for mandatory country of origin labeling for beef. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian spoke to representatives of Wyoming's cattle industry who say instead that such labeling should be voluntary.
They're very supportive of voluntary labeling, and they're definitely very, very supportive of the new law or the bill, but they're also very concerned about mandatory labeling. They believe it's going to raise producers' costs and that it could negatively impact their operations as well. And one of the biggest reasons that they said that was that it's hard to track exactly where cattle go, because some cattle are born here but shipped to Canada for the summer. Some cattle are born somewhere else and brought here, and so it's difficult for them to know exactly where they go.
Country of origin labeling and protecting U.S. beef producers has been a recurring theme with federal and state officials. In 2023, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman sponsored a bill that, had it passed, would have prohibited beef sellers from passing off foreign beef as an American-made product. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
As an Army combat veteran and Purple Heart recipient, Hank Ward has seen a lot, but he'll never forget the first time he saw a moose in the wild in Wyoming a couple of years ago. And like many vets treated to Wyoming hunts, Ward wants to come back. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a veteran found a group called Vets for Huntin' and Fishin' is working to make that dream a reality for others as well.
They're based in the South, but they're active in a lot of states, including Wyoming. They're looking for their hunts this year. They want 10 elk tags, general over-the-counter elk tags. Really simple. If someone wants to donate a tag, they do that through the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. You can fill out a form saying, I would like to donate my tag to such and such an organization, and they qualify because they are a charitable nonprofit. They're not trying to sell these tags. They're giving them to disabled veterans to come hunt in Wyoming.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department and wildlife agencies in other states allow residents to donate their hunting tags through reputable nonprofits like Vets for Huntin' and Fishin'. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is...
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Jen Coker stops in first thing. Jen, I'm again way behind on coffee drinking, so go.
Oh, I'm so behind on coffee too.
Oh.
I haven't had one, and I'm barely functioning.
Really?
Yeah, can you talk while I go grab one?
Dang. All right. We're going to talk about Carbon County and what it's like to sheriff that county. Jen Coker has an interesting story about a high-speed chase, which reminds me a little bit of another chase in Carbon County that Claire wrote about, where things were flying off a vehicle. This one was in Saratoga back in November of 24, but we'll talk about that in a minute. First, let's get to Jen's story about chasing down criminals. Allegedly, we don't know yet. 40-mile high-speed chase when drugs started flying out the window, which is a big reason, I think, to get into a chase, right? When you don't comply, the officers pull you over for some little thing. They were pulled over for, like, just swerving or what?
Illegal turn and swerving. So when they were pulled over, it was like a 5-minute initial stop. I'm struggling for words.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they were trying to confirm his identity because he didn't have his license with him. So they were doing, in the course of that, he just took off. So when you take off in the middle of a traffic stop, there's a good chance that you have something in there, allegedly.
Right. And these discussions usually happen allegedly. Andrew Nolan is the dude. Aaron Campa is in the vehicle with him. And yeah, you don't have ID, yet you have allegedly meth in the car. And the cop goes back. That's your chance. The officer goes back and he has to radio in. Look, I got two goofballs here pulled over, and all of a sudden, you had that quick discussion, Andrew and Aaron, and we're like, we got a lot of meth in here. What if they have one of them drug dogs? And away they go. Mm-hmm. And they take a little joyride. Speed's not quite ascertained. Faster than the speed limit is what law enforcement said. And they could see things flying out the window.
Yeah, they could see things flying, and it started flying right away. And my question for the officer I spoke to is, how do you guys go back and retrace that crime scene? Because there's so much space, and you see stuff going out. And I mean, even, you know how it is to find anything along the road in Wyoming. And he said, well, they call out strategic landmarks or whatnot. So it makes it a little easier, like mile marker number 30. Yeah. And in this case, these guys threw out drugs allegedly by a fire hydrant in Rollins. So he was able to call out that corner and just be like,
Yeah.
got there. So it made it because he said sometimes going back and trying to gather the pieces in one of these investigations takes hours. So this one was a little easier. And another thing I found surprising is that Wyoming's kind of, we're old school in that we will still do that high speed pursuit, whereas other states are kind of pulling back and for obvious reasons in high density areas. And one comment he made to me was that people seem surprised that Wyoming is so tenacious with their high speed pursuit.
Right.
You know? They're not giving up. They get more people involved. It's like old school, like Smokey and the Bandit style.
That's what I thought of with Claire's story about things falling off the truck. But you're right. And we just talked Tuesday about how hard it is to find stuff in the grass, in tall grass or something. Like and you don't want like a bag of meth out there where some kid could pick it up. I'm assuming they're in bags. I don't know. You and I are not meth experts. Whatever you keep meth in, like you don't want that, that somebody could pick up or some dog. So yeah, the cops are. Yeah. He just threw it by the fire hydrant on Spruce. You got to go back, and they did mention in the story, he's like, it's a pain in the butt. You got to retrace the whole thing, because even if you didn't see it, there might have been something else. So you got to scour the whole path.
And nice reenactment, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to bring life to it. I don't know if that'll do. I don't know if Sheriff Bakken will think that was legit. We're going to have him on today later in the show, and we'll ask him about that. But it reminded me of the high speed chase. Saratoga man's tailgate falls off during chase, and he was cited for littering, and it's also Carbon County. Now that is Smokey, that's like Jackie Gleason telling his idiot brother-in-law, write that down. His tailgate just fell off.
That's awesome.
Ain't no way you came from my loins. Write that down. His tailgate just fell off. And he had like a list of things in this story. Oh, man. Only in Carbon County. Maybe not. I'm sure Sheriff Kozak would do the same thing in Laramie County, similar. But Swanson had 12 criminal charges in this case, including a whole bunch of stuff falling off his piece of junk truck. Oh, classic.
That's right. That's when Sharon Bakken held up the 6 foot long.
Yeah, like he had like the scroll. It looked like the Jews bringing out the Torah. And thou shalt not have tailgate fall off. Oh, man.
That's another thing to ask Sheriff Bakken. He really gets into it. When he stood on the truck to make sure you got the full visual.
That is classic. Yeah, and I was looking into a little bit about Sheriff Bakken, and you introduced us to him, 32-year-old sheriff at the time, one of the youngest. Can we confirm the youngest or not necessarily?
No, he's not the youngest. And in fact, the youngest is now. He wasn't then either. He was one of the youngest in history. He might have been the youngest sitting sheriff. I couldn't get that confirmed.
Yeah.
But the youngest is Russell over in Platte County. I'm spacing his first name, but he is I think he's 31 or 32. And he's the youngest in ever, and youngest now and second youngest ever.
Cool.
And you're going to ask me who the youngest is. I know you are, and I don't know.
No.
In history.
No, I will not.
Okay.
Sheriff Bakken came from Wisconsin, came out here and he hunted, and he's like, I got to get it. I got to get a job out here. And he, just like the rest of us, came out with, a little bit of change in his pocket and a dream. That was it. And here he is. He said he'll never leave Wyoming. He loves it here. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, why these criminals think they won't be chased? And maybe it's because they're coming up from Colorado, where there are liberal policies of, they're running away. Let's let them go. We don't want to hurt it. Like California used to chase people because it made for good TV. They have a lot of helicopters in the air, and those chases were, it gave news stations a reason to break into a rerun of the Brady Bunch, which will be trivia today for you, Abby, if you're up this early. Start brushing up. Yeah, and now there's a liberal law enforcement, maybe not all liberal, but there's law enforcement policy to not chase when it gets to a certain speed or when it goes through, residential areas. There could be injury, but Wyoming, for the most part, we're coming. Bad boys, we're coming for you. We're still in the rear view mirror.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised to see some of these more liberal states like California and Washington walking back some of their no chase policies in the past year. I started to go down a rabbit hole with who has restrictions and who doesn't. You've really got to pull yourself back because you can spend the whole day down there. But there's a lot of restrictions around motorcycle chases in particular, and a lot of it is insurance liability for third-party people injured, which my mother got injured in a high-speed chase.
No, like innocent bystander, like her car was sideswiped or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be a better story if she was the one fleeing, but she was very law-abiding. So, but she got right in the middle of it, and she got T-boned by a cop, and I was like, "That's so fun." She was luckily survived.
Well, thanks a lot, Jen's mom, for not being a criminal. It could have been way more exciting. But yeah, and sometimes you'll see law enforcement actually following an incident reach out saying, if you were part of this incident on this day, contact us, because there's obviously going to be people who say, yeah, that guy took my side view mirror off. Where's my... I imagine insurance gets to be something. And I'm also going to ask Bakken, who's the best agency skill-wise as far as the chase? Your Rawlins police force, or where was this? Was this mostly Rawlins?
It started in Rawlins, and it was mostly the Interstate 80. And then he did kind of they did kind of dip off and did a couple loop-de-loops through
Sinclair.
Yeah. And which luckily, I mean, everybody, the town is pretty much asleep at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. So there wasn't a lot of hazards. But yeah, so and then they got back on I-80 and then kind of petered out in Saratoga. And he wasn't sure whether or not they just ran out of gas, literally or metaphorically.
Yeah, right. It's just like, oh, they're still there. That posse.
They're still there. And there's more.
Right. There's more. The lights keep adding, like more sirens, more lights. Well, yeah, I wanted to ask, I assume, your average town cops aren't in many chases. Then it goes to sheriff's office, who are probably seen their share pretty good at it. And then it's Wyoming Highway Patrol, and that they probably see these a bunch. And they're the ones who probably had that throw net that flies out of their car, and they know how to do those maneuvers, like knock the dude off the road. But yeah, don't run. That's the message, right? Don't flee.
You pretty much, I mean, I know here in Gillette, there was a couple motorcycle chases where they did stop pursuit. So in those cases, they did get away. But, I think not in Wyoming, guys. I think you're going to get nabbed. These guys do not stop.
Yeah. And that's a case of motorcycle. You just can't catch them, even with a state trooper souped up chase car. You're not going to catch a motorcycle. But everybody else, you're probably not driving something that's going to outrun the SO. I
or
doubt
have
it.
the skills. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're just going to get people hurt. You're going to make it worse. There should be serious laws for people who get in these high speed chases.
You would think, right? I mean, you would think there would be an extra charge, but it's eluding is not. I would have to consult Claire for penalties on eluding, but
yeah,
I think it's too severe.
I think it's just like an add-on misdemeanor. It ends up getting bargained away when you plea bargain. It should be very severe. If you run from that, first thing mom and dad tell you don't run from authority. When someone says, do this, step out of the car, you do that, man.
Yeah, it's there's so much calculated risk in it. So I agree that penalties should be a lot more severe, and maybe it would deter. Although if you're allegedly on meth and it's 3 a.m. and you're being chased, maybe you're not going to, nothing will deter you.
Right. You're not thinking of the consequences or the penalties. You're not counting your money saying, well, I could cover this misdemeanor, but maybe not this one. Yeah, you're just You're all hopped up and running. Allegedly. So, yeah, lesson learned, Andrew, Aaron. Do stupid things, win stupid prizes, and the meth and all that. Like, oh, freaking drugs.
Yeah. I mean, I just imagine how much time it takes to be a drug person.
When that gets hold in a community, it's bad. Look what it did to Arkansas. All of Arkansas is on drugs. It is. It's just, it's terrible. It's terrible. All right.
Yeah, some of those small towns are just infested.
Yeah, what's the big city in Arkansas?
Little Rock?
Yeah, Little Rock is like 80% on meth. All of them. Right up to the mayor, allegedly. Yeah, that's a real methy area. I mean, they make Rock Springs look like the Bible Belt. Arkansas, man. Okay, Jen, get your coffee.
All right, we'll see you next week.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
You too.
Jen Coker on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Greg Johnson will be in here in just a moment. At least that's the way I got it planned. Let's take a quick break. Coffee break for everyone.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We get Greg Johnson into the discussion, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. I have to start just mainlining my caffeine. I don't have time to even sip it. I just get an IV bag and get a drip going, as they say.
Yeah, why not?
Or
put
maybe,
it on one of those IV stands and just drag it around with you?
Yeah, and just have caffeine. When that stops working, I'll go to the hard stuff. And I'll be doing Red Bull, and then the next step up is meth, pretty much. So when I get there, call for an intervention, Greg. Please.
Okay.
When coffee no longer wakes me up at 3:30 in the morning. What's Senator Mike Lee gonna do?
Yeah, he's gonna drop it.
Yeah, I think he is. I
don't think he got any support anymore.
No,
I think the other senators now feel burned by it.
Yeah,
they don't want it. They don't want this backlash, and so it's not dead because he can put up this changed plan that he said he's going to do, but I think he's not going to do it.
And here's the thing. Our people can be very influential. Senator Brasso, Senator Lummis could really swing it here because this thing passed by one vote previously in the Senate. I think there was an original vote, and it passed by one. Sean Berry said that. One.
Yeah, well, Lee doesn't need Brasso and Lummis don't need to because both of Idaho's senators have come out and say, no, we're not doing it now.
There you go. But if you want to be the hero, if you want to show so much of politics is playing, poker, playing a little card game. Right now, Lummis and Barrasso really haven't tipped their hand. They haven't come out and said, yeah, the Wyoming people hate this. Get it out, Senator. They haven't done that because the bigger picture is this bill that their boss saying you got to pass or you're not going on vacation. I mean, President Trump says, get this done already. So there's pressure there. And then there's pressure from your constituents saying, don't take our public land. And yeah, Idaho senators have come out. So maybe the numbers are no longer there. Senator Lee's going to see that. And he's be getting pressure from his fellow senators, from Trump, who's saying, pass this thing. This is only one piece of my big, beautiful bill. Either fix it or get it out of there. And then he's got a parliamentary, what's her name, saying, get it out of there. Doesn't belong in the bill. Yeah, it's Senator Lee. Come on. You're holding the whole show up. Get it out of there.
Kind of. There's a lot of things in that thing. But I don't think it's, that's just me. Who knows? Lee could say, hey, here's the changed part. But I don't think he will now. I mean, he said that's what he's going to do, but he hasn't yet, and I think he's going to drop it.
I agree. I think he will. And bring it up on a standalone or bring it up where it's more pertinent, where you can just talk about that. Because obviously, maybe he was not expecting it to be so contentious, so much dialogue. So it's worthy of its own thing to be discussed instead of a little fold-in amendment.
Yeah. Well, I got a question for you, Jake.
Yeah, go ahead.
When does heckling go too far?
When when you call out somebody, that was horrible. You want to make a baseball player cry? Don't say, "Oh, I could have thrown that ball. I could have fielded that ground ball." That's not heckling. Then there's another level where you get to the Bronx Yankees. They know how to heckle you pretty good. They'll bring up stats you've long forgotten about. And then there's Philadelphia, where the fans are just awful. But a new level of heckling. Greg, explain. This is too far.
Yeah. Diamondbacks second baseman Cattell Marte.
Yeah, Marte.
Yeah, Cattell Marte was you get John back and forth with the fan. Fans do that. They yell, "Nah, you can't catch
Yeah.
and stuff." But I guess this fan went too far and started talking crap about his mom. And his mom died in a car crash in 2017, and he was crying. He was tearing up. He's coming off the field crying, and I guess that this fan crossed the line, that they removed him, and then this fan has been banned from all major league stadiums.
Banned for life.
He can't go to any major league stadiums, and just exactly what he said to his mom, I haven't seen, but said about his mom, but it's got to be something that crossed the line.
Oh yeah,
big time.
He crossed the line. Just bringing something like that up, heckling to the nth degree. This is no different than some of the stuff you see on the internet, but you hide behind your avatar that way. This is a whole nother level. Yeah, it's terrible. It should be banned. Good.
Yeah. The manager was consoling him after, and showed him he was in tears, and ESPN reported the fan was showing some remorse after making the comments, but by then it was too late, and you can only imagine that it was probably something along the lines of he bought her a nice seafood dinner and never called her again.
Yeah.
But that's just. I mean, there's something that people say. You know what? I buy my ticket. You just got to take it. Yeah, I buy my ticket. You're the visiting team. People are going to yell at you.
Yeah.
There are some stadiums that are like famous, like the left field stands are famous for berating the left fielder for this.
Yeah.
But it's got to be something bad, not only to get you banned from all major league stadiums, but for it to like actually, make the guy cry. I mean, man, that's too far.
Mm-hmm. I think as soon as you get into something that's off the field, personal life, whether it's somebody's spouse or you get into, kids, we know kids are off limit, and your dead mother should be off limits. I mean, that's obvious. That's not a mistake from a fan like, oops, too soon? Too much? Yeah, too much. That should never come out of your mouth. Should never be in your mind.
Don't talk about their kids.
Yeah.
Don't talk about their mothers.
No. Talk about their performance on the field. If there's something, and players are used to that. They know. Players know when they're in a hitting slump or whatever it is, and you want to give them grief about it. They're used to that. But
you want to talk about mother, talk about your own mother.
Right.
Okay? My mom could do that better than you.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. I saw that. That was disappointing. Definitely. Who's making bombs in Fremont County? Getting their jollies out of leaving fake pipe bombs all over the place. This is the second in 3 weeks. Weird.
Yeah. Well, this was obviously made up to look like a bomb.
It was. I mean, I don't know.
They got a battery on there. They got wires. It's, wrapped in tape, and it was fake. But I mean, someone obviously made it up to look like that and left it there to yeah. That's,
what are they trying to do? See how good Fremont County's bomb staff is? Because they're pretty good. The bomb squad has had to do this now twice in 3 weeks. And
that was actually the I think it was the Sweetwater County.
Oh, cool
squad. But it just so happened like the Sweetwater County sheriff was in Lander for this thing that the Lander police chief was at too, and so he goes to him and says, "Hey, can you send your bomb guys over?" So just kind of good timing that way.
Yeah.
And, good that there wasn't anything.
Lander Police Department interim chief Kelly Waugh is the one who said, "Hey, Sweetwater, thanks for being in town for this, whatever it is, cop convention." He said, "Can you send your bomb squad in here? We got a suspicious package." And they had the guy in the full Jeremy Renner outfit. Is that the dude who was in the bomb outfit? Now I got to look it up. Come on.
I don't know Jeremy Renner stuff.
If you call yourself my statistician, I guess you don't.
I don't call myself that. No.
And you want to be my latex salesman.
That's right. You want to be my latex salesman.
That is the greatest line from and there was a thing on the internet the other day saying best line ever from Seinfeld, and everybody had their comments. First one most replied was that one. And you want to be my latex salesman. The Hurt Locker 2008, Jeremy Renner and the big bomb thing. He looked like the top Michelin Man.
Yeah. So that's that suit. That's supposed to be some kind of
that suit that you think, boy, that's all that's protecting you from an incendiary device. Oh, good luck. I don't want that job.
You think they take volunteers when they're testing those things? Hey, who wants to wear the suit while we're testing today?
I mean, you know what? I would give it to lifer criminals, somebody who is in prison for life. I would say, we'll reduce your sentence to 85 years if you'll test this bomb for us. Something like that. Boom.
Yeah.
And we'll knock off like 10 years off your life sentence, which will still be life.
We'll give you Jell-O on Sundays.
Yeah, so some kid, and this is not even funny. Like, if this is a real bomb, a boy from Riverton found this thing, picks it up, and brings it home to grandmother's house. Grandmother's like, get that out of here. He didn't know. He's like, well, look what I found. She's like, that looks like a bomb. She calls the Riverton PD, and they're like, that looks like a bomb. And they got all the way to Jeremy Renner, who walked right up to it and said, it does look like a bomb, but it's not. Because it should have, he noted there was nothing going from the battery to the rest of it, like no wire.
But it would be, I mean, I would hope it would be interesting if they could, I don't know if there are any cameras around or anything, if they could identify who put it there, because that would, number one, you want to get them caught, but number two, they need to pay for that response.
Yep.
I mean, these guys had to come from Sweetwater County, so they're not available to protect that community.
Absolutely.
And, it's expensive to do that, so they had to pull out equipment and do these x-rays and stuff.
And a similar incident in the last few weeks. So you're thinking maybe it's just one deranged, it's probably a kid who's just goofing around, but maybe it's somebody who's a little more serious and he's leaving these fake bombs and then he'll leave a real one. And people might think, I don't know, but there's something weird. And somebody,
I don't know that the two are connected at all.
Okay. Still,
it's just because I think the other one was like some old Army stuff. The first one.
Still, what kind of
Looney
Looney
Tunes? To be
Tune?
Fremont because it's Fremont County, I guess.
This is on the level of heckling somebody's dead mother, though. It's you need to have the self-awareness, self-censorship to understand that, like, you don't do this. This isn't right. This isn't a way to get your kicks. You don't set fire to an abandoned home. You don't heckle somebody's dead mother, and you don't make fake bombs for people to mess with. Like, what's wrong with you? Somebody needs just to be taken out to the woodshed. I hope There's some kind of cameras. The whole world's under a camera, right? Maybe we can find something. What else is going on?
I don't know. It's been really cold and rainy here.
Really?
Like last night, man, it was pouring.
Oh,
I mean, it was really pouring. I got soaked going at the office, going out the front door into my car. I mean, it was like, okay, I'm going for it. But yeah. So yeah, we got a lot of rain, and it was going for a long time.
Yeah. Well, Don said that was coming. The day weather forecast showed rain east of the divide, not rain west of the divide. It was a nice day here in Jackson, but yeah, down there in Cheyenne, a little rainy. And north of you, they need it. Up there in the Bighorns where the fire was, there's been drought areas. This rain won't even help that. But yeah, it won't be forever. You'll come out of it. I think this weekend you're going to be fantastic.
Yeah. You know what would be fun would be to like soup up a riding lawnmower and race it around. That would be lawnmower racing.
As long as you don't
remember when we did, I don't know if you were with us when Mark did that story on Barbie Jeep racing.
Oh no.
That was, oh yeah, these dads get their kids Barbie Jeeps and they modify them and then they roll them, they get in them and roll them down a steep hill while they're driving down the steep hill, and it's pretty hilarious.
Nice.
I'm sure there was no beer involved whatsoever.
I remember as a Ute, I was on a criminal path, perhaps, when in the Boy Scouts you had that derby racing and you whittled a wooden car and you let it go down this ramp, and the fastest one to get to the bottom was the winner. And you had to whittle everything. I don't think you had to whittle the wheels, but you had to whittle your car. And there was a weight limit. It had to weigh in at a certain weight. I carved out in my car a little compartment where I put weights in it. So I put it on the scale to weigh it. It passed inspection. Then I got it back and I shoved these weights in it. I closed it back up. And I was found out when my car not only won in the side-by-side contest with the other car, but when it got to the bottom, there was this little stopper that would stop the cars, and this thing crashed right through it, kept on going, went across the room and smashed into the far wall. They're like, what the heck is in that car? The judge picked it up, the Scoutmaster, and he had to like, he said, this thing weighs. And that was the end of my scouting career.
I actually won the Pinewood Derby once.
Pinewood Derby, that's what it was. Did you really?
I won it, man. I carved it out. And you could tell the kids I did it myself.
Yeah.
But you could tell the kids whose like dads did it for them.
Yeah.
Because they come in with these beautiful like model cars and stuff. And mine is just this hunk of wood that it was aerodynamic and it was exactly on the weight. And it just won. And I still have a scar where I whittled my finger while I'm whittling the car.
Wow, but the scar is a good memory of that's your trophy right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And our scout troop would do it. They would have a parents race. And parents could also, because, don't work on their cars, work on your own. And we'll race ours. But the parents race had no rules.
Oh.
And my mom one day made it wouldn't win because it was too heavy. She put two of them, one on top of the other, glued them together.
Oh.
Made a double-decker bus. And of course hollowed it all out and filled it up with lead. And so it was almost too heavy for the little wheels and stuff.
Too much of a good thing. She went overboard. Right idea. But execution a little much. Well, I admire that. See, we think alike. Me and your mom. You got to weigh that thing down and
right. You and my mom both cheaters. No,
both trying.
She didn't have any rules.
Pinewood Derby. Yeah, it's a shaming moment. Just keep your racing confined to the right track. Don't bring your fast cars into a national park and race. That was not a bright maneuver. That's in the news as well. 4 arrested for drag racing high-end luxury sports cars in Grand Teton National Park. Yeah. Bad idea, kids. You could hit a bear. Wreck your...
You totally could.
Yeah. Your Lamborghini would not hold up well if it hit a bear. Aaron Turpin was our automotive expert, chimed in on that. What happens when a Lamborghini hits a bear? Turpin said, you don't want to know. You're probably not insured for it. Let's just say that.
Yeah, don't. Wouldn't it be something if that's how we confirm that's where Spirit is? It's because Pagani took him out.
Dude, some California real estate agent from Anaheim racing his Lamborghini takes out Spirit. Oh, dude, life expectancy of that guy would be like 15 minutes.
I tell you what, people get more upset about wildlife and animals getting hurt than they do about people. That's I've seen that over and over again.
Yep. Absolutely. That's in the news all the time. People have a soft spot for animals. Animals don't know any better. They need care. They need us to care for them. They're just dumb animals. Mostly. Some of them are smarter than them. Yeah.
Some of the people are pretty dumb too.
Yeah, that's evidenced by every police blotter and every newspaper across America. We're going to take a short break. Greg, what do you want to do?
I'll stick around.
Excellent. We'll be right back with more Greg Johnson on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
In what is becoming our de facto sports segment for the morning, Yankees win. Rockies, you're on mute.
So are the Rockies.
Rockies
The
won?
Rockies have been on mute all season long.
So are, oh.
We're going to have to start calling them Abby.
Abby on mute. Rocky. Oh, you know what? I wanted to ask you about Matthew Christian. Is this kid working out? Who is he?
He's our new politics reporter.
Cool.
And he's doing fine.
Excellent. I want to get him as part of the regular cast of guests. He appears to be a very natty dresser, which is good.
Yep.
Good for radio to look your best. I got to work him into the lineup. He's got some good stories today as well. Maybe we got to start getting him in here.
Yeah. Well, he did a story off of your thing with Ogden. So that's coming up. Yeah. The Freedom Caucus watched it and they're going to respond.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, Mike Giroux started the whole deal. Mike Giroux. God, I always say his name wrong. Mike Giroux, with his letter to the editor, pointed out some Freedom Caucus things. And he's a Democrat. So obviously he was from the womb. He's been anti-Freedom Caucus, you would think. And he convinced some Republicans to give him a pat on the back saying, good for you. The ball's on this guy. And Senator Ogden Driscoll said, I've had my run-ins with the Freedom Caucus as well.
Well, Driscoll's been pretty outspoken lately about the Freedom Caucus. On his Facebook, he's been responding to things.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We know Driscoll will say what he thinks. So
yeah.
That's I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, me too. One of the many things I like about him. He's a cattleman, rancher, and he's one of the few remaining common sense kind of guys who doesn't appear a politician. If you met the dude, shook his hand and started talking, the last thing you would think, you would not get to politics, or you would not think him a politician or a legislator, where others, it's probably evident early on, he's just a regular guy making laws or not making laws if he doesn't think we need laws. Matthew Christian wrote a story, Wyoming ranchers behind federal push to make American beef labeling the law. Didn't Hageman already try this? Similar?
Yeah, it was almost the exact same thing. However, Hageman, it was a couple of years ago, hers also had a penalty in there that if you were caught labeling something American beef when it wasn't, you can get a $5,000 per pound fine.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's substantial.
So, that's pretty much what a pound of ground beef goes for now, anyway. But people have been in Wyoming have been a fan of this for a while because. It's people want to know that they're buying American and that it's not, somehow someone's gaming the system. Because what it has been is that you can buy in this, have meat come from Australia, from Canada, from other places, and if you just repackage it in America, you could say it's American.
Yeah, that shouldn't count.
Yeah, but what Wyoming ranchers aren't a fan of is mandatory country of origin labeling, which is different. And because making it mandatory for a lot of these, beef producers, especially smaller, operations, it can be really burdensome. For something mandatory. like that. So
yeah, and
now there's two sides. There's like, you want to know that the meat that's labeled American meat is American, but you don't want to go too far where you're creating unreasonable hurdles for small producers to jump through that they just can't do.
yes, absolutely. You got to watch out for unintended consequences. Blanket things like this, laws like this, could have some negative connotations. At the supermarket, if I had the choice and I got one that's got a sticker that says American made, like I'm buying American beef, that all makes sense. But watch out for those little things like Greg points out. For instance, the Montana cattle beef producers say sometimes their cattle winters in Canada or summers in Canada. Eats the grass up there. The cows don't know the border. So would they be American or are they Canadian cows? And then also when it comes to ground beef, I guess the U.S. has fat cows. And many times in producing ground beef, foreign beef is sourced in to mix in with our own cows because it's leaner. And now you can't label that product of the USA if this.
Yeah, I think it depends on the percentage.
Okay.
Because you can't take, just a giant batch of beef from Australia and then add in like this much from America and then say it's U.S. beef.
Right. Right. Okay.
If you have to do a DNA test to find one strand of DNA from. It's American.
Right.
It kind of doesn't go with the spirit of what the law is. Yeah, but speaking of supermarkets, you saying the word supermarket brought this up. I saw this video that this guy made about modern day hunting for your food.
Mm.
And what it is he walks into a grocery store with a bow and arrow, and he's shooting boxes of stuff with his bow and arrow and putting it in his cart.
He's getting his camo and he's putting the grease paint on. They're like, "Where are you going, honey?" Costco.
He's like in the meat section and shoots a chicken.
Well, that's today's hunter-gatherer. That's why men are no longer men.
Hunting for your food today.
Right. There was a time when, from caveman days where if you need a girlfriend, you just thump one over the head with your club. That's when men were men. And you went out and killed a gazelle. And then you go fast forward to Native American prehistoric times where the man did the hunting and the women had to just grind a bunch of grain or something at the fire. Now men are just on the phone while they're in the, cereal aisle. What cereal does our kids eat? Was it Fruit Loops or Rice Krispies? That's our hunter-gatherer today. Shameful.
Yeah, on that, you might as well just bring home a bag of sugar.
Yeah. Yeah. Cereal. Oh, my goodness. I looked at the price of cereal the other day. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, the profit margin on that is, how many 1,000%? I mean,
yeah. We're not talking about something difficult to produce. I mean, cereal, take a bucket of sugar and some cheap grains and mix it up and then put it in a box. And there's your kid's breakfast.
Worth of ingredients.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kellogg's is making bank on their hopped up.
Do you think the Cody parade going to be worth going to if the fire department's not there throwing the balloons?
Yeah, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody was there to hear it, if Cody has a parade and you can't throw water balloons, is it worth attending? I don't know. We're going to find that out, right? Is that the 4th of July thing and the new rule? No more throwing. I mean,
the fire department has said they're not going to be in the parade because of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's problems. Oops, I don't want to do that one. Yeah, I don't know. No candy thrown from the floats, no water balloon, no nothing, no fun. Oh, and happy 4th of July. Yeah, I don't know how the Cody parade's going to go. It's a big downer. Womp, womp. I hope it stops raining on you, Greg, and may sunshine prevail for the weekend for you.
I'll take it.
Thanks for being on.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Have a great weekend. Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Show, as we kind of covered everything from sports to cereal to beef to fake bombs in Fremont County. More coming up. Top of the hour news break of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Powder River Energy wants to build a solar array in Moorcroft near the rodeo grounds, looking to generate its own solar power and store it in batteries until it's needed. But like many rural areas around Wyoming, Crook County doesn't have a regulatory structure to permit solar and wind projects. So Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the county drafted a new set of rules and has solicited the public's input on them.
The county said, well, we actually don't have any regulations for managing this kind of project, and not only for solar, but for wind as well. And so I spoke to a county commissioner, and he said, what's going on with wind around the state with the controversial projects that have made a lot of headlines in Cowboy State Daily, we figured it was time for Crook County to get their regulations up to date so they could handle this solar project. And then down the road, should some wind project come along, they'd be ready for that as well.
The draft wind and solar regulations up for public comment include notice requirements to landowners within 1 mile of proposed facilities, along with minimum setback distances from property lines, roads, and residential structures. A bomb squad crossed South Pass on Wednesday in response to what looked like a pipe bomb along Lander's idyllic Paposia River Walk. Fortunately, a number of law enforcement officials were in Lander for a conference, including the Sweetwater County Undersheriff. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lander's interim police chief called on his colleague for a little assistance.
The interim police chief of Lander turns to the undersheriff of Sweetwater County and says, hey, can you send up your bomb squad? They x-ray the thing, and then they use some physics to attack the device from a safe distance. In the process, they found out that there wasn't like a wire connecting a battery to some kind of detonation substance. They called Joey Correnti, who taught bomb disarming in the Army, and he was like, yes, you have to show so much caution, even if you think that they're fake, they might be decoy fakes. In other words, real.
This marks the second time Fremont County residents have found mock explosives alongside rivers in the past 3 months. A more than 40-mile high-speed chase through Carbon County on Tuesday ended in Saratoga with the arrest of the driver and his passenger on felony drug charges. Andrew Nolan and Aaron Campa are accused of leading law enforcement on a chase along I-80 that began in Rawlins, made a few loops through Sinclair, before finally stopping in Saratoga. And Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that during the extended pursuit, the couple could be seen tossing objects out of the window that were later determined to be drugs and paraphernalia.
Part of the challenge for the troopers to put these cases together is to go back and locate those drugs. So in this case, it was easier for the trooper because they call out landmarks. So this time he could see they were throwing it out near a fire hydrant. So he could say fire hydrant. And so then when they go back, they are able to more easily find the drugs.
This is the third high-speed chase in Wyoming within a week, including a Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper who rolled his vehicle Friday in pursuit of a homicide suspect fleeing Colorado. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
4 people were arrested Tuesday after drag racing multiple high-end luxury sports cars in Grand Teton National Park. The park's Wednesday statement on the incident did not say what makes or models the luxury cars were, nor who was arrested or how fast they were driving. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to an automotive expert who posed the legitimate question, what would happen to a Lamborghini if it hit a black bear?
To the chagrin of everyone, they're not telling us what kind of cars they were. Were they Lamborghinis? Were they Bugattis? We do not know. So we don't know their top speeds. We don't know the survival chances of a bear. What we do know is there can be some steep penalties for excessive joyriding in a national park.
Automotive writer Aaron Turpin told Cowboy State Daily the national park's curved roads are an irrational place for drag racing, since people with the means to buy luxury cars can hop over to Utah and pay to use a racetrack, rather than risk obliterating a black bear with a carbon fiber car body. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Yeah, the circus come to town. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and this is a regular clown show every morning, Monday through Friday. That's the intent. One would think that your elected lawmakers, your legislators, would not partake in a clown show. Tom Lubnow joins the discussion. Tom, what a column. I mean, you're not a guy who typically is going to hold your pen or your keyboard as it is when you see injustice or shenanigans in Cheyenne. You were there for many years doing the work of the legislature. So when you see things going not right, you call them out, and very often. Cowboy State Daily columnist Tom Lubnow, and he saw something the other day, and so did I. I had a different take, Tom. I just thought the red jacket bit, it was a bit of a photo op, but I thought the jackets were ill-fitting and just horrible fashion sense. But you had another take. Your column was great.
Well, I appreciate that, Jake. I was going to write, I saw Allison Krauss in Union Station at Red Rocks last week.
Ooh.
And I was going to write about the pursuit of excellence and the perfect group and the perfect venue. And then the clown show came to town, and I just couldn't pass up writing about turning an appropriations committee meeting into a campaign and marketing opportunity. And it's just sad. It's very serious business that the Appropriations Committee does that affects thousands of lives in the state of Wyoming. And they were talking about that first day, fire, and having a remedial fire education class because none of them. Well, the House Appropriations Committee is all new, and all of the people that had experience on appropriations were relegated to the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee. So there's no background, there's no experience. And so they have to start from zero. I think to cover that up, they put up a big marketing plan. The problem that they're faced with is that Wyoming has had a frugal budget for generations. And I talked about that in the column. And I talked about John Schiffer, the senator from Sheridan and Johnson County, who is just grizzled and a protector of the Wyoming budget and wouldn't spend a penny. If you were in front of his committee, you had to justify every penny that you got, or the state wouldn't spend it. And John Hines, who an old friend of mine, and I served with him the whole time that I was in the legislature, and one time we were on a legislative trip, and he got food poisoning. And there were a couple doctors from Colorado on the trip. And they said, well, John, we've got this whole bag of prescription medicine that we brought with us. What did you take for this food poisoning that you got? And John pulled out of his bag a packet of Anacin that he'd saved since 1982 and showed it to him. And they were mortified by what they saw there. But John was easily the most frugal person I've ever met. A Scottish person that lived through the Depression and hard times and lived out on that ranch and recycled everything and didn't spend a dime unless it needed to be spent. And he was in charge of the Wyoming budget for a long, long time. So coming in here and saying, well, we're going to just reform this budget and we're going to doge everything. Well, that's all well and good, but they're not new to the town. They're just new to the marketing. So I think to cover that up, they get fancy red coats and bobbleheads and try to hitch themselves to the Trump star with the Wyoming Doge trucker hats. They've been holding rallies. I understand they haven't gone to any of their rallies, but they had one in Gillette Monday night. We're handing out all kinds of bling, coffee cups and whatever. About their Wyoming Doge and their red coat rallies, and it just seemed like a clown show to me. That through their actions, they're demeaning both themselves and the importance of the legislature, and that's sad.
Yeah, it's I don't even know where to begin when I see this. It's not just the jacket. I know they want to make something symbolic of the fact that they fear the state is heading in the wrong direction with its budget, could be in the red in the coming years, Wyoming. So,
too. I mean, the budget's self-inflicted. And my biggest fear is the only way that they can keep all the promises for the spending that they've made and also cut taxes with the promise. I mean, it's a simple math problem. And we all face it at the beginning of every month when the bills come in, is you have your income, less your expenses, and what's left over is left over. And if you spend too much, you have to spend into your savings. And Wyoming, when I was there, we saved about $16 billion, which has allowed a lot of fake conservatives to promise everything, spend the money, and live off the savings that we made when I was there. These people aren't saving. They want to spend the savings. Right now, 30% of the state's budget is off of income from our investments. Because we save that money, we have investment income, and so we don't pay that in taxes. If you spend the savings and you cut property taxes, you're going to have to make it up somewhere, because the truth of the matter is, if you like it or not, the state of Wyoming has bills to pay. We have to operate prisons and highways and state lands and investments, and those things aren't going to go away. The University of Wyoming is not going to go away. Our Constitution mandates that our schools get funded adequately. And the two big chunks of the budget, about a third of the budget is schools and about a third of the budget is the Department of Health. And one of the representatives testified in front of the committee and said, I urge you to have the Department of Health cut their budget. Well, the way you cut the Department of Health's budget is you don't provide health care to needy people. You don't finance certain medical procedures. You just cut people's health care. So what they're saying is, all right, well, you don't need to have a doctor for that malady. If you're poor, you just have to die. I mean, that's probably an exaggeration, but that's frightening about what's happening.
We're talking about, in particular, this story from Claire McFarland a couple of days ago. Headline, Wyoming legislators wear red to warn a projected $700 million budget deficit. These House members did so at an appropriations committee meeting. These are some of the same folks that Governor Gordon called out as the wild bunch. And a lot of it, Tom, the red jacket thing is something you can just sort of, pick up the phone or write an email and say, we're all going to wear red jackets to prove this point. Okay, I can see that. The hat that you had specially made, the bobblehead you had specially made. This now is getting into the realm of theater, or as you say, clown show. Maybe they don't know any better because, as you point out, the Appropriations Committee should comprise the most experienced members of the legislature, not political hacks who need remedial lessons on things like wildfire and how much it costs. These are newbies, they're rookies, and they're acting like it.
Well, and you got to remember, Jake, this last legislative session, they couldn't reach a supplemental budget. The two houses could not agree on a budget. So the first time that I know of, since we've been having general sessions and budget sessions, they were unable to reach a budget. Well, imagine two spouses getting together the first of the month and saying, well, this is how much we're going to spend. And the other one says, well, no, we're not going to spend that at all. And so they just don't decide how to spend the money. Well, so for a year now, until the legislative session upcoming, the budget session, there's no legislative guidance on policy. And they were just unable to do it, and they walked away. They passed a couple capital construction bills, and they passed a supplemental bill to refill the fire accounts. And the testimony that they got on fires was frightening, Jake. And Cowboy State Daily ran an article on it. The average age of the volunteer firefighter in Wyoming is over 50. And the state of Wyoming is down over 300 firefighters. Primarily volunteers, and it's becoming more and more difficult. And I say this as somebody who fought fire here in Campbell County for 21 years as a volunteer firefighter. It's a sport for young people. If you're aging out, you just don't have the resources to fight the fires. And so the state of Wyoming is either going to have to address that or burn up. Those are your choices. And as wet a spring as we're having, if it dries out, August and September are going to be a freak show of fires.
Yeah, well, it's a great article. Folks got to read it. And Tom's not the only one, former legislators who are looking at the lawmakers today and kind of shaking their heads. Tom Lubna served in the Wyoming legislature for 11 years, 2004 to 2015, former Speaker of the House, so he knows what he's talking about. When he says, we don't need a clown show, what's next? The big shoes, the auga horns? Where does it end, man? This is a theater that no amount of Anison could cure, I think. Tom, thanks for being on.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jake. You're doing a great job. I sure appreciate the opportunity to chat with you.
Absolutely. Anytime we can have you on, we're the benefiter. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Tom Lubnow, Cowboy State Daily. Let's clear the room for Don Day. Day weather forecast next.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Wapiti, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's on daytime day weather forecast. This guy, way more famous than I am. I'm not in a C.J. Box novel. Don, I shouldn't be surprised because I see mention, C.J. Box will often mention a name from Wyoming. And that character, it'll just be a character, a sort of cameo appearance in a C.J. Box novel. And it'll be a name and you're like, oh, I know who that is. For instance, the tourism woman who is retiring.
Diane Schober?
Diane Schober. She's mentioned. But you play yourself. Like, that is the next level of fame. When you're in a movie appearance, like not just a cameo, like, oh, that character wasn't even Diane Schober. This is Don Day doing day weather in a C.J. Box novel. You're playing yourself. Like, how did you manage that? Did you have to try out for the part, or how did you get in there?
CJ was just very nice. In fact, I ran into CJ and he had mentioned that I was going to be in a book, and I thought he was joking. He was, but you know the best thing is when you're in a CJ Box book, and your name comes up, there's usually two things that happen. You're like the red shirt guys in Star Trek. You know, you're dead.
Dum da dum dum.
You're gonna get eaten by a bear or something else. Or you're the bad guy and you're gonna shoot somebody.
Totally. You're exactly right.
So I'm neither. So I'm like, I survived. I didn't die. So or go to jail. So I feel lucky.
So yeah, careful. Like when you get that, email or phone call from CJ, I'm going to put you in my novel, and Tom's thinking, oh no, really? I'm like, how bad do I get it? Right. it's usually not a good thing. You could die or go to jail one way or the other. But yeah, you're just doing your thing, weather forecasting, and weather is a huge part of Wyoming. Like, you cannot talk about Wyoming in a novel, in a movie, whatever, without mentioning weather. Weather is significant to all of us because a lot of reasons it's so extreme in Wyoming. But every once in a while you get a day and a weekend like this one, and it looks like we should be out barbecuing. That's not makings of a great movie or a book, but it'll be a fun weekend, I think. I hope.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be upset with a, quote, boring forecast, especially a week ago. A week ago, Jake, we were talking about high winds and possible snow.
Yeah.
Okay, so fast forward a week, we're talking about 70s, 80s, just a few afternoon and evening thunderstorms, not much wind. I call it kind of a Goldilocks stretch of weather coming up. It's not going to be too hot. It's going to be too cool. It's going to be really comfortable. And so get out and take advantage of it. Enjoy it. Certainly, this stretch of weather is coming up is going to be a lot better than last week. That's for sure. Last weekend.
This stretch of weather, not going to be pouring, going to be more like porridge. Okay, I can do that. Thanks, Dom. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow, right? Yeah.
I'll be here.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, that's not bad. Goldilocks forecast. It's just right. Just like that porridge. All right. Let's get into the Zoom room again. I think, okay. I think I got it together. I got a lot to manage today. Nobody cares, but I do. I got a lot of balls to juggle today. I got a lot of plates to spin this morning. So let's get right back into the Zoom room. More guests, more discussion as we welcome in Dr. Adam Rasmussen. Am I right? Because
That's correct, Jake.
Okay, I was just explaining how it's a fast-paced morning, and I haven't had enough coffee. I'm barely there, but I think I got everything.
I'll have a sip for you.
Thank you. If I could virtually sip that with you. This is Dr. Adam Rasmussen. He's a fellow at Cultural Research Center and the dean of the College of Arts and Humanities at Arizona Christian University. 25 years he's been doing this or more. And what the Cultural Research Center does, among many things, is they do a lot of polling and a lot of surveys. And the new annual survey is out, and it's the American Worldview Inventory. And we're going to talk about this and how the states are ranked by biblical worldview. But first, Doctor, welcome on the show. And I want you first off to explain to us what is biblical worldview, because I think a lot of folks don't understand that, the terminology. So let's start there defining that, and then we'll get into the poll. Glad you're here. Thanks.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me. Well, when we look at a worldview, this is the intellectual, emotional, and spiritual filter an individual uses to experience, interpret, and respond to reality. Everybody has a worldview, and it's the basis of every decision we make. And the biblical worldview, also known as biblical theism, is one among, as you know, many worldviews. In the biblical worldview, people's ideas about all dimensions of life and eternity are based on biblical principles and commands.
That's well put. So, for instance, I'll give our listeners a, for instance, biblical worldview, especially in today's news headlines, Dr. Rasmussen. You see things like Iran and Israel going at it, throwing rockets at each other, and it could cause fear and anxiety in some. But if you have a biblical worldview, you might not be experiencing the same amount of fear and anxiety. Maybe you've read how it ends. Maybe you've read Revelations and you're thinking, well, I'm not surprised. This has all been written. I was surprised at the survey results, finding 4% of us adults report a biblical worldview. That's really low. And it was kind of all over the map depending on what state you're from.
That's right. And you're right, Jake. We have in Jesus and in the Bible an eternal foundation for life. So all of the things that are going on in this world, while they're troubling, don't trouble us. We can be strong and have that peace that passes understanding. And as you mentioned, right now, if we look at all adults in the U.S. as a whole, 4% have a biblical worldview. That's an integrated worldview, Genesis to Revelation, just understanding what the Bible says. 66% of Americans would say, I'm a Christian. So there's a big difference between cultural Christianity and just what the Bible says. So all of us can grow, all of us can learn more about what Jesus said and what the Bible says. And there's room to grow.
And these numbers, in trying to understand what they mean, let's look at how some of the states ranked. You found a biblical worldview was held pretty strong in Bible Belt states, for instance. I think Alabama topped the list. This probably shouldn't be a surprise. You found the most godless among us, I'm just kidding, in the New England area. That's probably not super surprising, some, especially in liberal back in the East, Northeast. We're too enlightened to need God. We've got the answers, in Boston and New York. Generally, this is me speaking, not the survey. But I was surprised by other things. Talk a little about who was predictably at the top of the list, holding a strong biblical worldview, who was at the bottom, and who was maybe surprising. And I'm thinking of Texas, but go ahead.
Well, Jake, you know our research really well. And everything you and I are talking about is at culturalresearchcenter.com. It's all free. Everybody can find it. The great state of Wyoming. I'm giving a shout out to my friends in Casper and Torrington and Lusk. All right. So, even though you're the 10th largest by area state, unfortunately, you didn't make the cut because you've got less than 750,000 adults, which is what we needed. So we measured these against 45 states. So Wyoming and a couple others were not in there. But as you mentioned, Rhode Island, 24%, so less than 0.25% of people there have a biblical worldview, and the spread goes all the way to almost 13% in Alabama, and the national average is around a little bit more than 4%. So we do see that Christianity is a team sport. C.S. Lewis, in his book Mere Christianity, called it the good infection. And when we're loving each other, when we're helping each other with life, the people that you're around can help you with your worldview. So there are these pockets of places where it's stronger or weaker, depending on those communities of faith. And so, like you mentioned, down south, the Bible Belt, or our good friends in Nashville call themselves, the buckle of the Bible Belt. Okay, and then you've got these other places where people just say, the Bible, that's not for me. You're going to see other problems in those areas where people reject the Bible. There's going to be greater anxiety, depression, fear, suicidal thoughts. We've put all that in our research. That's in September 2024. So, the West is doing well. Texas has basically the same biblical worldview, person against the state, as California, believe it or not. So a couple of the most populous states, but when you look at it, 4.7%, they're tied with California, Texas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a little alarming, isn't it?
Well, for Texas's conservatism politically compared to California's liberalism, politically, you would expect Texas to hold more biblical worldview. But I think and I think your research pointed this out, or you kind of were going there, it's so many Texans today are not Texans. There is a huge immigration into Texas. You go to the Dallas, Plano, Fort Worth area, and it's hard to find generational Texans. They all got their Fortune 500 companies. They all got there lately, kind of.
Yeah, and so when people are coming in and people are leaving Texas as well, so like overall it's growing, but you're having these transitory or migratory things happening, and ideas have consequences. So people are coming in and people are leaving, and so overall things are changing there. Surprisingly, some places like the South are outpacing the Midwest, or places like Colorado, which we would say, oh my goodness, there are a lot of liberal ideas there, but there are also a lot of integrated Christians. They might be in certain pockets, like Boulder or things like that. But overall, Colorado has 6%.
Some of the other research you've done shows surprising, maybe not surprising to some other things, like most Americans do believe in a supreme power, a creator, but not necessarily that God who's in the Bible that smotes a bunch of people. Many Christians reject the Trinity, which is surprising. So, 40% of those who reject God still identify as Christians. That's another surprising stat that's come out of your research, to me anyway. Even Satan believed God was God. That's not enough, I think, to hold a biblical worldview. Give me an idea of this research we're talking about, Dr. Rasmussen, where you were asking for biblical worldview. Again, tell us what that means, and maybe what were some of the questions you asked people in this poll?
Great questions, Jake. You're right. Even the demons believe and shudder. And so our construct is that beliefs drive behavior. So some of the questions that we ask are based on demographics, of course. We've been looking at demographics. We have to do that. But about 2/3 of them have to do with beliefs. And then about 1/3 of them have to do with behaviors. So there is a disconnect. And I'll just put it on the bottom shelf here. We think that about 92% of Americans are what we would call syncretists, meaning that they pull from different ideas, from different religions, and they're contradictory. So you pulled out a little bit of like what's going on with the Trinity. 11% of Americans across the board, adults, would say that God is one God in three persons. That's the traditional understanding of the Trinity. One God, three persons. That's 11%. Only 16% of those who self-identify as Christians believe that. So instead, we're just taking whatever we want from different parts of the Bible, and then we're also taking a little from Marxism. We're taking a little bit from maybe Buddhism or from secularism, whatever's in the air. And that is not a consistent worldview. So we ask questions that kind of elucidate those points.
I want to learn more. And many listeners probably want to learn more. Like, if this tickles your interest to find out more, learn more, where do we go to get involved? Tell us again what you're doing. It's the Cultural Research Center, which is part of Arizona Christian University, and that's who pulls it all together. Where can we go online? You guys are all over the place.
Yeah. So Arizona Christian University is a place where we're exploring biblical worldview with our students. We have three students from Wyoming. Come on.
Oh, really?
Yep. And we're culturally and theologically conservative. We believe the Bible is the Word of God. We believe the Constitution is a good thing. And we want to talk to you more about that. If you go to culturalresearchcenter.com, you can find all of these studies. We've got them going back 5 years. We talk about child rearing. We talk about the church. We talk about the elections. And we always try to square it with the Bible. So I'm very happy to talk with anybody that wants to connect on these things.
And that's so useful because, you know, for those who don't believe, you know, it's a living book, the Bible lives today. It's not something that was for that time and you read it and that's all, that was the old times. It lives today, and these surveys, this research really points it out. It influences how all of us think, how we act, and how we take in news of the day. It's incredible. I'm glad you do this research. And one more thing about the latest, which shows 4%, again, 4% taking a biblical worldview on average nationally, but a substantial variance in how it went by state. And another thing that came out of the research was the Midwest, which you know, traditionally, I think of farmers praying for rain, you know, Paul Harvey, farmer praying for rain. Yep. And the Midwest kind of came a little bit less biblical worldview than the West, than the Mountain West, you know, maybe Wyoming. Why is that?
Well, yeah, we've got to get back to the basics. Just like the good coach once said, this is a football. We have to come back to say, this is where life is. That was not my claim or your claim, Jake. That is the claim of Jesus. He says that he came to give us life and that full, and that's found in the word. And so pastors, parents, friends, neighbors, leaders in the public sphere have to say there is a standard and it doesn't go away. And the best place to find it is Scripture.
We've been talking to Dr. Adam Rasmussen, fellow at the Cultural Research Center, Arizona Christian University. Their 2025 American Worldview Inventory found some very interesting things. What does it mean about us? We can contemplate that. Hey, Adam, thank you for being on. Appreciate it. Have a blessed day. Great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
All right. We got more to do here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back after this quick break. Thanks for spending your morning with us.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Thursday, straight back into the Zoom room. And another guest, it's Candace Anderson. Do people call you Candy or no?
They do call me Candy, yes.
Okay, I'm not going to, but I might.
Fine.
I might,
That's
like,
fine.
it might slip.
That's okay.
Candace, thanks for being on. Candace is, the Grand Poobah CEO, President, and Executive Director of Ezekiel Ministries. You'll find them in Cody, yeah?
That's correct, yes.
Ezekiel 37 Ministries. Ezekiel, by the way, that's where you find the dry bones message and what God can do with dry bones, what he can do with those who are broken. They can be made healed, made whole. And a lot of it, though, has to do with breaking first, getting back to the breaking chains, generational bondage to drugs and alcohol. Man, how often, Candace, do we see that be the dark cloud that hangs over people? Substance abuse, it's huge. You began this whole Ezekiel Ministries by being a foster parent, you and your husband. So start there about how you were inspired to begin and get where we are today with Ezekiel 37 Ministries.
Absolutely. So my husband and I were foster parents since 2014, 2013. We have had about 17 kids approximately come through our house. We loved it. The Lord opened that door for us and we walked into it. We were really seeing kids, because all kids want their parents, right? But they need a healthy version of their parents. And so we were seeing these parents who are just struggling in addiction, especially in Park County. And I know it's all over the state, but in Park County, not able to break those chains of addiction, even with the help of the local resources that we do have here, like Cedar Mountain Center and Treatment Court and intensive outpatient services and counseling. There was no support when they went home. So they were getting well in these environments and then going home right back into where they were sick. If you don't change the home environment, you don't change anything. So kids were being adopted out. They weren't returning to their parents. And we just, at the time, felt like, what is going on? These poor kids, they need more. The parents need more. They deserve the right and the privilege and the hope and that is offered when you have support. So we felt the Lord say, okay, now it's time to foster the parents. So that's essentially in 2020, I quit my job at the county attorney's office as the victim witness coordinator. And we stopped fostering and we opened our house to women. That's how it started. I did a lot of research. Had a lot of conversations. And we started sober living and it started 90 days. We are now up to 6 months with a max of 2 years. Just because of the housing market, I'm sure you understand the housing market.
A little bit.
Yeah. So we are last year, or I guess 2 years ago, we obtained a house in town. And so we moved the women's program into town. It was able to accommodate 5 to 6 women and their kids. That is something that is unique about the ministry, is that we do allow kids to come into the program with their parents. Reunification is the key. We work with Department of Family Services, we work with the counseling agencies, treatment court, everybody to give them the support and that safety net that they can use to then be in recovery. So we opened that. We were gifted a house last year by an amazing woman. She bought us a house that is actually right across from the current location. And so we moved the women there and we opened the current building up to men. So now we have a women's program, a men's program. We have actually just recently opened our house back up to the women because our women's program is so large and it's just growing. And we are full.
Wow. So wait a minute, Candace, this all got started. Were you fostering the kids of parents? Yes. Okay. And then you said, it's the parents that need the fostering because the kids so often went back to parents who were not, they had not fully dealt with whatever got them in the trouble in the first place. And, I think you and I both know that the answer, it may be a secular of nature, but to really reach some folks who can't stop drinking, can't stop drugging, it's a message higher than what you're going to find maybe in the secular world. So you started with the kids. That's pretty cool. And then you thought, no, the real problem is the parents. We got to get mom fixed. And you brought mom and the kids at the same time, and you went to core issues. That is super cool. And so much of this you probably found in your day job back then is it begins with legal problems and a court ordered thing where I'm sure it's motivational, especially for moms and that maternal instinct, like their motivation is getting their kids back. And here's what you got to do to get your kids back. And it's probably cool to start there, or a little easier to start there. And I don't know, give me a typical, how do you rehabilitate? How do you break chains? How do you get somebody? And give me a success story.
Well, on our Facebook page, we have videos of a few of our success stories. So we've had women come in who were coming out of jail. I'm thinking of one in particular. She didn't have custody of her daughter. So she came to me and she worked hard. She did intensive outpatient treatment. She did counseling. We supervised visitation. Then it went to unsupervised visitation. She did the work. We require 90 meetings in 90 days. We require sponsor. You have to find a sponsor. We require church. We use the Genesis process to come in around them for relapse prevention. And so we just walked it out, and she walked it out on her, with the help of the ministry, obviously, but then she really found her footing and just her faith. And now she's been clean and sober for 4 years, has her daughter full time, is doing well. So yeah, that's just one.
And she's one of many, 8 out of 10 that come through your program. That's the success rate, 80%. We're talking to Candace Anderson. She's ED, CEO, head of Ezekiel 37 Ministries in Park County, based in Cody. Faith-based and secular approaches used to help restore the bonds within family units and individuals, get families back together, get people back on the right track. You got a big event coming up. I'm excited to see Red Rocks, Winona Thompson Theater, and it's tomorrow already. I've been dragging my feet.
I know it is. It snuck up on us too.
Yeah.
So it is tomorrow, the 27th, Red Rocks Worship at 7 p.m. They will be here. We are so excited to have them. It's going to be an amazing event. So,
how do we? I think you're doing with Eventbrite. Like, how do we get tickets? There's tickets still available. Winona Thompson Theater, Cody. It's tomorrow. Red Rocks Worship. Going to be a great show. Great time to get together. And how do we get there?
So you can purchase tickets on Eventbrite, or we are selling tickets at the door if you don't want to pay the Eventbrite fee.
Yeah.
You can come to the door. We will have tickets available. We still have about 40 VIP tickets available, which is very interesting to me. So those are $50, and then the general admission is $25.
All right. Well, I'm glad the program, it's discouraging. The program has so many members that you have to keep adding houses and venues and places for them. But maybe this is how we get those numbers reduced, because it is so much generational. How much do you find where you have this woman and she has a kid and she's got whatever, a meth problem. What were the parents like? What were their parents like? I mean, it doesn't just pop out of the blue, usually.
No, people, there's such a stigma on addiction anyway. And so people always want to save puppies and kids, right? Save the puppies and the children. But what about the adults who are coping this way? They were once children that were abused and neglected. And that's how they're coping with that, is by drugs and alcohol, because they don't know another way, because that's what they saw growing up. That's what they endured growing up. So, I mean, that's the big thing too, as the ministry moves forward and comes in around these adults, is that we want them to know that we see them, we hear them. There is a different way to live. There really, really is. And so, yeah, we just keep moving forward with it.
That's a good point, because so often I find myself being hardened by that too. I see read a news story, I see a police blotter, and I think, they're an adult, they know what they're doing, and why did they it's their fault that they're in this place. But yeah, it's the only way they've known until they've been shown the way. And I mean the way, 4 gospels worth. Great. Candace, great work. Appreciate what you're doing. And
thank you.
God's
Thanks for
success
having
to
me.
you. You bet. Have fun at that show. I'm not going to be able to get up there, but
No, you're missing out.
I know. Red Rock's Worship. It's Ezekiel 37 Ministries putting that on. It's tomorrow at the Winona Theater. I've not heard of that theater. It's in Cody?
It is. It's at the high school.
Oh, yeah. All right. We know where to go now.
Yep.
Go Bronx.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being on.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Candace Anderson joining us, Ezekiel 37 Ministries and Red Rock's Worship going on tomorrow. I'm going to stay right here, and I know it might be a rough segue, but what do you say we rodeo Western Ag Network with a Rodeo Roadshow?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the Greeley Independence Day Stampede in northern Colorado. Today, 29-year-old saddle bronc rider Wyatt Casper from Texas. He's a 5-time national finalist. He's ranked number 12 in the world this week. And he was the winner of the National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas last year. We'll talk about that December journey coming up.
Rodeo fans, make plans to join Rodeo Roundup for an action-packed PRCA rodeo you won't want to miss. From bronc busting to bull riding to mutton busting for the little cowpokes, dust off your boots and join us for a wild ride filled with fierce competition, family fun, and rodeo tradition at its best. Rodeo starts 7 p.m. on July 3rd and 2:30 p.m. on July 4th. Tickets available at the gate. Make Roundup Montana your Independence Day tradition. Follow Rodeo Roundup's Facebook page for more information.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden-ripe fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
You had a great National Finals Rodeo last December. You were so close to winning a world title, but you did win probably the second most coveted buckle in the world when you won the National Finals Rodeo average title. Just talk about those 10 days, Wyatt.
Yeah, shoot. 10 days were a roller coaster, but with a lot of ups. It was awesome to go out there for my 5th time, and to finally, that was my first time to even ride all 10 of them. I've always been bucked off of at least 1 or 2 every year before that. So to get all 10 of them rode and to have the highest score on all 10 of them over all them other guys, there's a lot of great bronc riders that going up and down the road. So it just makes you feel pretty dang good about yourself, knowing that you bested those guys over the 10 days and was kind of the guy that had most of the luck.
He's a husband, he's a father, he's a welder. That's his trade that he learned in college, and he is one of the top saddle bronc riders on the planet, Wyatt Casper from Miami, Texas. He has slipped a little bit in the world standings, went from 7 to 12 in the last month or so. He'll heat up as the summer season does. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
On the topic of rodeo, guess who's a rodeo fan? Tony Romo showed up at the Jackson Hole Rodeo the other day. Yes, we do have photos. I know, video or it didn't happen. Tony Romo dropped in at the Jackson Hole Rodeo, which takes place twice weekly, the downtown local rodeo, and I will share, if you want to, well, I don't know where you go to see the photo. I'm going to share it with our radio viewers. See that photo, radio? Yeah, it's Tony Romo hanging out with a couple of cowboys from the rodeo. Romo, of course, was a cowboy and always will be a cowboy, I guess. Now does his work in the broadcast booth for the NFL. That's going to do it for us so far this hour. Cowboy State Daily continues after the top of the hour break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. U.S. Senate Republicans said Wednesday they have no timetable for releasing a new scaled-back proposal from Senator Mike Lee of Utah to sell public lands in the West. The Senate referee had ruled his first plan violated the budget process by straying too far into policymaking. So Lee posted on X Tuesday that he's working on new language, and Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that Lee's original provision of a mandatory sell-off of 2 to 3 million acres of public lands in the next 5 years has been highly contentious in Wyoming.
The One Big Beautiful Bill Act is a sprawling tax and spending package, but Senator Mike Lee tucked in language to sell part of public lands, a huge contentious issue in Wyoming. It was ruled out of order by the Senate parliamentarian. I spoke with John Barrasso's people, Senator Cynthia Lummis's people. I emailed other Mountain West senators on Lee's committee. There's no guarantee anything's going to be in the bill or what it's going to look like. The Senate leadership is racing to get this bill to the floor.
But some Wyoming outdoor enthusiasts said Wednesday that there is no revision or new version of a proposal to sell federal public land that hunters and anglers will find acceptable. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to several outdoors men and women who said that Lee missed the point.
I talked to Carly Provenza, Owen Miller, and Chris Steffen. Senator Mike Lee of Utah has reported he's trying to do some rewrites, do some revisions, maybe get that introduced back in. But the bottom line with the Wyoming hunters, or at least what I'm hearing from them, is there's nothing they can do to make this acceptable. We say we don't want public land sold anywhere, anytime, period.
Provenza, who's also a Wyoming state legislator, said regardless of what happens with Lee's proposal, she thinks the fight is far from over. She said attempts to sell off federal lands in the West are nothing new, and she expects Lee and others who favor that idea to keep trying. Wyoming cattle ranchers stand behind the effort of a South Dakota Republican to narrow the use of Product of the USA labels to beef derived from cattle born, raised, slaughtered, and processed in the U.S. But they aren't fans of his push for mandatory country of origin labeling for beef. Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian spoke to representatives of Wyoming's cattle industry who say instead that such labeling should be voluntary.
They're very supportive of voluntary labeling, and they're definitely very, very supportive of the new law or the bill, but they're also very concerned about mandatory labeling. They believe it's going to raise producers' costs and that it could negatively impact their operations as well. And one of the biggest reasons that they said that was that it's hard to track exactly where cattle go, because some cattle are born here but shipped to Canada for the summer. Some cattle are born somewhere else and brought here, and so it's difficult for them to know exactly where they go.
Country of origin labeling and protecting U.S. beef producers has been a recurring theme with federal and state officials. In 2023, U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman sponsored a bill that, had it passed, would have prohibited beef sellers from passing off foreign beef as an American-made product. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
As an Army combat veteran and Purple Heart recipient, Hank Ward has seen a lot, but he'll never forget the first time he saw a moose in the wild in Wyoming a couple of years ago. And like many vets treated to Wyoming hunts, Ward wants to come back. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a veteran-founded group called Vets for Huntin' and Fishin' is working to make that dream a reality for others as well.
They're based in the South, but they're active in a lot of states, including Wyoming. They're looking for their hunts this year. They want 10 elk tags, general over-the-counter elk tags. Really simple. If someone wants to donate a tag, they do that through the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. You can fill out a form saying, I would like to donate my tag to such and such an organization, and they qualify because they are a charitable nonprofit. They're not trying to sell these tags. They're giving them to disabled veterans to come hunt in Wyoming.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department and wildlife agencies in other states allow residents to donate their hunting tags through reputable nonprofits like Vets for Huntin' and Fishin'. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just feels hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Thursday. That means it's got to be Mark Hines, I think. I'm just going to click.
What did I do now?
Zoom room, and yeah, it is. It's you. You did it.
Yeah.
Mark Hines joins
Throw me
us.
under the bus again, Jake. What's
Yeah.
up?
So I want to talk about this program that has veterans hunting and what we need to do. Mark Hines wrote this story, Purple Heart Vet on Wyoming Hunt. Actually, this is the different story, right? The moose, the guy in the moose. Okay, let's talk about
The guy
him
saw the moose, yeah.
first.
Yeah, I didn't find out until I'd been speaking with him for a little while that he was in that same armored personnel carrier as the guy we featured last year.
Oh,
those guys were buddies. They were in the same vehicle at the same time when it got hit. So,
wow,
that's kind of interesting. And now they're both.
How did you find that out? Like, what did he say? And then what was the moment the bulb went on?
Well, he started talking about Chris, and I said, "Oh yeah," and it said, "What's Chris's last name?" And he said, "Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about." So interesting, yeah, because it's been. So yeah, it's just kind of one of those small world things.
Yeah,
but
interesting. So we're talking about Hank Ward, and yeah, what did he? What was the Purple Heart for, by the way?
Well, it was because of the both he and Chris earned Purple Hearts because of the wounds they suffered in that incident.
Yeah, Chris Clemens. Yeah.
I guess the way Chris described it last year, the enemy slung a rocket propelled grenade at him and missed with that, but then immediately afterward, like the next second, they set off an IED, and that tore the vehicle up. And I don't know that anyone was killed, but I think everyone inside was injured to some extent. But yeah, that's what that's yeah that's how they got their Purple Hearts. So
Got it.
Yeah.
So Ward is from Georgia. He's probably hunted in Georgia, right? But it's nothing like Wyoming.
I say they've said they've got whitetails like you don't believe. Like I if I heard him correctly, I think you can get up to 9 tags for whitetails. And I've heard that. If you've ever talked to any of those folks from back east or down south, it's hunting whitetails is kind of like hunting rabbits for us. I mean, that's the difference. I mean, we might have more opportunity and a lot more public land, but deer tags for them are they can put a lot more. Granted, they're smaller deer, but yeah, it's nothing for them to go out and shoot half a dozen deer and during a hunting season.
Yeah, but moose, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. They don't, at least where he's from, they don't have moose. Yeah, I mean, they've got, there's moose in other parts of the country, the Great Lakes region, but no, not in Georgia, not to my knowledge. I could, if I'm wrong on that, someone could give me a call and we can maybe do a story on the moose in Georgia. But to my knowledge, there aren't moose in Georgia. So
right. So what about this group? Do we know the hunting and fishing group? Let's talk about that.
Let's just say it was founded by veterans, and it's the one guy I talked to in Cheyenne. They've got guys on the ground here. That it's pretty straightforward. They just Wyoming Game and Fish Department, as well as 8 state agencies in some other states, they have programs through which you can donate your hunting tags. If you have a hunting tag and you don't plan on going hunting, or you want to do something altruistic, or in this case you want to help out a vet, you can go to the agency and say, hey, I'd like to donate my tag. And of course the agencies vet all these organizations to make sure that they're not getting anybody trying to pull a fast one. So that's just it. I mean, this organization, they've been vetted by the wildlife departments in several states, and that's what they do. They kindly ask people to donate their tags, and then these disabled or combat wounded veterans have a chance to go hunt in these various states. And Wyoming is definitely one of their favorites. So,
oh yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's vets for hunting and fishing, and
yeah.
I don't know if that is who, our friend Gap Pucci, who passed away not long ago. He was a longtime outfitter, and he drew a rare lifetime like bighorn sheep, and he donated his tag in this way, and some young lady was able to harvest her bighorn sheep. So
they do that. They'll do it for chronically or terminally ill people, disabled people, veterans. It's a cool program that lets people do that. Lets people pay it forward and do something kind for someone else's. If you so choose, you can donate your tag, and then the agency in turn will get it to a reputable charitable organization, and there you go.
I like stuff like that.
I think it's cool too.
I don't like stuff like what Utah Senator Mike Lee is trying to pull, tucking something into that big, beautiful bill. That something has got many angry. He says he's going to scale it back, tweak it, work on it, but you're finding Wyoming hunters say, no way, no how. We don't care what you do with it. Get it out.
Yeah, that's the message I'm getting is, there's just, Mike Lee isn't a really popular guy right now, I guess.
Yeah.
And, that's the message I keep getting, is that there's nothing they can do to this to make it, to make it work, to make it go. They just say, just don't do it. We don't want this, period, end of story, shut it down. So it appears, I mean, folks who know legislation pretty well seem to say that, it has a chance, but it's kind of like, if you remember the movie Dumb and Dumber, Jim Carrey. So you're saying there's a chance when she was telling him no, there's not really a chance, but I don't know. I'm not an expert in that field, but apparently it's he might have a chance to get it, but it's a real long shot at this point. But who knows? But yeah, the bottom line is the answer from the folks I'm talking to is they don't care. They don't care what form it's in. It's not going to fly with them. They're just not interested.
Yeah. Take note, Senator Lee. Read the room. We just referenced Dumb and Dumber as far as your idea goes for the sale of public lands. Now, canvassing the hunting community, you would think that something like this makes them more than nervous and the reaction before you even ask the question. I like the fact that you went back and asked, the last 4 living governors, how do you think this would play if you were in office? They had some cool things to say.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, again, they're telling me, the same thing. It really, folks out here, that's just why it might not be the only reason why people live in Wyoming, but it's right there in their top 10 or top 5 reasons, why they, if they were born and raised here, why they stay, or if they came here from somewhere else, why they moved here is the abundance of public land, to be able to step out your back door and just go where you want to go, and not not have to join a hunting club or ask a landowner's permission, So I think that was. I guess I wasn't really surprised to hear that, but yes, that's what they all told me across the board, is that, having been in the top office in Wyoming, that's really the feel they get from the public here, is that everybody, it doesn't matter what party, what their background, they just love the public land.
Yeah, and Mark talked to, it is across the board, he talked to four former living governors, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, from Meade to Friedenthal. They all said the same thing. This is a third rail when it comes to politics, and be careful, Senator Lee. I didn't know, but the sales are lagging a little bit. Firearms, ammo sales lagging, and probably due to POTUS, who's in office. It's usually politically driven.
Some of it is, that's it's one of those ironic things, from a gun manufacturer or a gun dealer's standpoint. If someone who is perceived to be as firearms unfriendly is in office, for example, Obama or Biden, your sales are going to be brisk. If someone like Trump, who is perceived to be pro-gun or Second Amendment friendly, is in office, the sales might lag a little bit. And then also, I like the one comment that Jason made, that the thing about AR-15 sales might be slowing down because anybody who ever wanted one has already got one, and that's I think there could be some truth to that. I mean, you're probably. Another one of these, you're old enough to remember. I think I say that every time I come on your show.
Yeah,
but you're old enough to remember, Jake, when everybody had a lever action 30-30, either a Marlin or a Winchester. That was the rifle that everybody had. It was the rifle that their dad gave to them for their first deer hunt. And if you move forward enough in time, the AR-15 kind of became that rifle. It just became the rifle that everybody had. So, but now everybody's got one, so maybe that's kind of an interesting quandary or an interesting irony to think about, is that how do you sell something to people when everybody already has one? So that was interesting, and the fact that it is cyclical in things, at least from Weatherby's point of view, because they are a sporting arms company. Things could pick up for them come August, when we're right on the doorstep of hunting season, and maybe there's a few people out there who want a new hunting rifle or want to upgrade from their mid-range rifle maybe to something a little bit fancier from Weatherby. So
And did you find out that gun manufacturers like Weatherby and Winchester, Marlin, they've all gotten together and they're forming a political pact to finance a Democratic president for the next run?
I don't know. That could be a fun follow-up.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think, after 4 years of liberal in the White House, that people did run out and they got every gun they kind of want. And the same goes for ammo. It's in your story that you talked about, if you used to buy ammo by the box, you bought it by the case or the pallet. I mean, everybody's stocked up, I think.
Yeah. That tracks. That makes sense. That people bought ammo so much, and there's also sometimes Occam's razor. Usually the simplest explanation is the most accurate, and it could just be inflation. Like everything else, some of this stuff has gotten so expensive that people have scaled back their purchases. So
that too. The economy, tariffs, well, we've solved that problem. The one last thing we have to solve, if you have some extra time, Mark, is to get that deal with Boswell Road open. Like, what the heck? People are getting locked out. People are getting locked in. Can we figure out who wants to own this road and open up that gate?
That's the million dollar question, Jake. I mean, until very recently, I lived in Albany County. Of course, I moved to Fremont County, but that's one of the strangest. I've been doing this for a while now, and that's one of the strangest stories I think I've ever covered. It's just, it's like the ugly stepchild nobody wants. The foresters like, nope, not ours. Counties, nope, not ours. And the landowners are like, well, if there's no official jurisdiction over it, somebody rolls their truck on this road, who's liable? Well, probably me. So
and then
the public is like, we've been using this since my great granddaddy's time. So what's the problem? So it's just, it's wow. It's just a strange story.
It is, and and it's too bad. Who suffers? Those who want to use the historic road. This is the wagon route. It goes back to wagon days. Boswell Road, oh man. I hope we get it figured out. Maybe like some historical society could come in and out of just sheer history say, all right, we'll take care of the road. I don't know.
That might be the answer. There you go.
Thanks,
you just
buddy.
solved that problem too.
Phew. All right. Thanks, man. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you too.
All right.
Take care, Jake. Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show. We got more coming up. Lots more. Right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And into the Zoom room, into the discussion. If you're joining us on YouTube or Facebook Live or X, you got some visuals so you know the law has arrived. Whatever you were doing, if it isn't real, put it away. Although
especially if you're in Carbon County.
Especially, yeah, because, if you're not in Carbon County, the long arm of the law doesn't extend that far, at least not for this guy. Sheriff Bakken joins us. Alex Bakken was one of the youngest sheriffs in Wyoming at 32 when you got the gig. So introduce us to yourself. I know Jen has done so in the Cowboy State Daily. She's introduced the readers to who you are. Came from Wisconsin. I think you came out to hunt. And like a lot of us, once you set foot in Wyoming, you're like, I got to get there.
Yeah, Jake, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on. So like you said, you were close. I was born and raised in Minnesota.
Oh.
So please don't tell me I'm from Wisconsin. That's a pretty big insult back there. But yeah, you're exactly right. As soon as I graduated college, I knew I wanted to bow hunt elk. So I packed up everything I owned in an F-150 and a U-Haul trailer, moved out to Wyoming, got a job at the state penitentiary. That was 13 years ago. Transferred from there to the Carbon County Sheriff's Office, where I worked initially as a detention deputy, transferred to the patrol division, served as a field training officer, firearms instructor, and then ran for sheriff. And here we are.
Oh, wow. Really cool. I'm glad you're in office. You've been one of our funnest, if that's a word, sheriffs. Beginning with, let's roll through the stories. First, heartwarming story, law enforcement. I love when this kind of stuff happens. Let's go back to the stuffy that was returned to William K. This happened back in April. How cool when a Wyoming Sheriff's Office, finds a lost toy alongside Interstate 80 and got it back with the family. This is huge stuff, man. This is the what do you call it? This is like community outreach, marketing. I don't know. That's not the intent, though. The intent is to get his stuffy back to the kid it belongs to. But what a huge story.
Yeah, I can't believe how lucky we were to find it. I mean, our guys love doing stuff like that. And for us, it really helps show people that, hey, we do a lot more than just write tickets and arrest people, right? That's not not always the primary focus of our job. So when we get a chance to help out and do something cool like that, it makes all the difference. And Deputy Tyler Christian, he's the one who actually found Stuffy on that rest stop on Interstate 80 in the wind. I don't think there could have been a better deputy than Tyler. He's one of our school resource officers. He has young kids of his own. He's really invested in our community. And frankly, I'm still shocked at the odds that we were able to find that little stuffed animal along Interstate 80 and get it back.
Yeah, I think it's been a long time since I read the story, which was back in April. Andrew Rossi wrote it. I think the call went out from dispatch, like it was sort of half-hearted, like if anybody's in the area and you have time, and Tyler's like, I'm on it. He's got kids. He's like, that's me.
Yep, Tyler was on it. I know we had 3 or 4 more guys who were going to go search the area once they were able to break free. So we created our little joke search and rescue card to get out there. And sure enough, Tyler gave me a call on my cell phone and he said, "You'll never believe it." And I said, "What?" He said, "I found it. I found the stuffy." I said, "You got to be kidding. That's awesome." So it was a really nice phone call to make back to the K family and let them know that the rescue was a success.
Very cool. Search and rescue, no joke for you though. Your search and rescue is your gig, your bag, man. That's what you do in addition or alongside sheriffing in Carbon County. And the other day, take us back to the teens that they did the right things. They were climbing a peak and they had to make a detour around snow, and pretty soon they were like, where the heck are we? They were lost. They stayed put and they made the phone call. And normally this, you would launch a fairly substantial search and rescue operation, which you did. You got the search and rescue crew going, but you, Sheriff Bakken, who I'm sure you're one of those guys who, says it's not me, I'm not in the spotlight, but you're search and rescue, like, I can climb a mountain. You found another guy who says, I've been up that mountain a lot, let's go, even though night was coming.
Yeah, it was a lot of being in the right place at the right time. And frankly, I was just thankful for the opportunity to get out of the office and stretch the legs a little bit. But, coming out of that meeting in Saratoga, we have, in-car computers, and I saw the call pop up on our CAD screen saying that there was 3 juveniles lost on Medicine Bow Peak. And I knew one of my deputies was eating dinner. The other one was up by Rollins. So I just called dispatch and said, I'll take that call. You can assign me to that. And it just a testament to the people we have at our office. Both our deputies called me within minutes and said, "Hey, what do you need? We can help out on that too. Just let us know what you need." I said, "All right, sounds good." So we're going to page out Saratoga Search and Rescue. I'm going to establish a command post at Headquarters Park, we call it. I'm up there in the Snowies. And typically the role of the deputy is to coordinate your IC, your incident command. So they're checking in searchers, checking out searchers, coordinating whatever resources we need. So I was at the command post waiting for search and rescue. Sergeant Pat Patterson on our squad, he came up to help. And Sergeant Patterson is extremely well-versed in search and rescue. He's very experienced with that. And we were looking at the coordinates there on the backside of the mountain, and we both kind of realized, I don't think any vehicle is going to be able to get into there. And we did request air support, but they were unable to fly due to weather. There was a lot of thunderstorms around the mountain at that time. And the first searcher to show up on scene to our IC was Max Lysith. And Max is an accomplished ultra marathon runner, ton of backcountry experience. So I looked at Pat and I said, "Hey, if you're willing to run IC for me, Max and I will go run up the mountain and see if we can get eyes on these kids and use that last little bit of daylight left." And sure enough, Pat was good with it. Max was good with it. Him and I went to the Lake Marie trailhead and shot up the mountain. And like I said, Max is an ultra marathon runner. He's a heck of an athlete. So, I mean, to be honest, it was a lot of all I could do to keep up with him running up that mountain.
You had the assurance that a Max could at least carry you back down if need be. But yeah, the two of you guys. And you know what? Some of it is putting on the cape and saying, let's just do it. I'll be the hero today. And a lot of it is covering Carbon County with the sheriff's office. That's how everybody has to be. You, your deputies, they all have to take charge and say, I'll handle this one, because another story in the Cowboy State Daily, you guys cover a lot of ground, and I'm sure you don't have the manpower to do it. We're talking about 14,000 people population in the county and covering 7,897 square miles. You get a call in bags, and at the same minute, You get a call to be up there at the rest stop on 487 up north. How do you even cover the ground in Carbon County? It's a lot.
Yeah, we do our best. We put a lot of miles on our patrol trucks. That's for certain. I know one of our deputies a few years back, I think he had a 600-mile shift, just running calls all over the county. And it is a very unique challenge here. We have a lot of square miles. We don't have a lot of population base, which means we don't have a lot of tax base. So we're trying to sustain a high level of service with a relatively small department. We have 37 sworn, but that includes our detention facility too. So when you're looking at a patrol shift, we'll run 2 to 3 people a shift, and we're covering just about 8,000 square miles. So it presents some unique challenges, and same with search and rescue. When Max showed up on that call, the next closest searcher en route was probably 30 to 45 minutes away, which is another reason we wanted to get such a jump on that.
Yeah, I'm in the story, you talk about response time in big cities, especially back east, response time measured in minutes. But you get a call, dispatch, maybe a domestic dispute, and you might be 45 minutes, nearly an hour out. And by then, so many things can happen en route. It's got to be a lot going through a deputy's mind.
Yeah, and when you take that city environment, you might have an officer run code, or what we call running emergent lights and sirens, for 5 or 6 minutes to get across town. There are some days where deputies will run 45 minutes emergent lights and sirens trying to get to that call as fast as they can. And we're really fortunate, though. We've got a really strong group, both in our detention and patrol divisions, who are really good communicators, which is essential out here, because it may take you 45 minutes to get to the call, which means your backup is probably 30 to 45 minutes out, which means you're going to be alone on that call until your backup arrives. And it's incumbent upon us to be good communicators, because we don't have the resources that a city typically does, where you've got people coming behind you within minutes.
We're talking to Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken, and a couple of stories. One in the news today, Jen Coker wrote about a high-speed chase. Bad choice made by a couple of folks that pulled over for just a meaningless stop, but they probably, all of this allegedly, none of this is going in front of a judge, alleged. These two probably knew they had something in the car that they didn't want the deputy to see, so they took off from the traffic stop, led law enforcement on a bit of a chase, while they allegedly tossed out what was in the vehicle. That maybe one. Do you have a canine? You have a drug sniffing dog, by the way?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. One of the things we've done with our new administration is we've added another one. So we now actually have 2 canine units on our patrol division. Both are bite apprehension and narcotics detection trained. And one lives in the kind of the southwest or southeastern portion of the county, and then one's up in the county seat. So we have some coverage spread out for those canine units.
Yeah. So, highlighted in the story is the fact that, policy in Wyoming, or at least, maybe county by county, is, you're probably going to be chased. This isn't Colorado or California where they'll break off a chase because, we'll get you another day. Like, we're coming for you. There'll be a chase. We're not going away. Check the rear view mirror. We're just adding more lights behind you. It's just a bad idea. Somebody can get hurt. It's dangerous. And, it's a pain in the butt when you're throwing stuff out of the vehicle. And now you guys got to go back and make sure there's not a bag of meth laying around or a handgun or something.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it is, we're really fortunate to live and work in a state that supports our local law enforcement, because when we have, a driver that's failing to stop, they're a danger to the community, and it's in everyone's best interest to get them off the road as soon as possible, which is why we allow pursuits. And they do vary from department to department what this certain policy dictates. And we always preach safety, and we always give the officer discretion where if they feel unsafe, they can terminate that pursuit. But with, Interstate 80, Highway 130, we do have quite a few highways in Carbon County. We want that driver off the road as fast as possible. so the rest of the motoring public can continue to travel safely. Yeah, it's amazing how many people compound their problems by trying to run. You can't outrun a radio.
Yeah, hear that a lot. My favorite chase of all times, and I have to verify with you, Sheriff Bakken, if it was going through your mind, the old what's the movie when Jackie Gleason is the sheriff and Junior is his Eastbound and Down? Where's that song? I should play that. We're probably getting copyright trouble if I do play it.
Probably.
It's yeah. It's and you were in that chase where the dude's tailgate fell off. He was driving some jalopy of a pickup, not you, but like Carbon County folks. And
right.
I could just see I could just see Jackie Gleason, and the guy's tailgate falls off, and you're like, Junior, write that down. His tailgate fell off. Add that to the list of things. And by the time you were done, littering was on the list, and you rolled out the scroll like Moses with the commandments. Like, here's all the thing this guy did wrong. That was fantastic.
Yep, that was another good one. If you're going to make the choice to play the game that way, we're going to play the game that way, and we're going to find everything we can to make you regret that decision. And I'll be honest with you, Jake, when I was a street deputy, pursuits were a lot more fun. Now that I'm an administrator, obviously, they're a little different, right?
Yeah, they aggravate.
You're always concerned about the safety of your guys and the potential liability. But again, our goal is always to get those people off the street as fast as possible.
Well, I heard you say that once you arrive to Wyoming, you're never going to leave Wyoming. Is the same true for Carbon County? What's in your future? Do you always want to be the sheriff of Carbon County? You love that place. You love Wyoming. You're going to stay here.
Yeah, I love Carbon County. I love being the sheriff. It was never my plan. I wanted to just be a sergeant and retire as a sergeant and then come back and work in the jail. That was my whole career plan. Obviously, things took a little bit different turn when I ran for sheriff. I really enjoy it. I've got 13 years into the Wyoming law enforcement retirement system, so well over the middle. And I'm just thankful to be able to do this job where I do it. I'm obviously biased living in Carbon County, but I don't think there's a better place to be in law enforcement. Our community is so supportive, and I'm just thankful I get to do this every day.
Yeah, well, you've got job security thanks to goofballs everywhere, but get out of the office whenever you can, man.
Amen to that.
All right. Thanks for stopping in. Don't be a stranger. We got to do this again, hopefully on a good, positive note, like the stuffy thing instead of criminal stuff. Thanks, Sheriff.
Absolutely.
Have a great weekend.
Have a great
Cowboy
too,
State Daily. Show with Jake continues. More guests, more coming. Right after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Thursday, and I want to introduce you to this guy, our latest guest, Eduardo Goncalves, and he is founder of the Campaign to Ban Trophy Hunting, UK director of the International Ban Trophy Hunting. You can find more out on the interwebs at bantrophyhunting.org. Eduardo, so good to have you on. Let's right away let's address the elephant in the room. You're talking to a Wyoming audience where we love our hunting. So let's talk like trophy hunting. What are we talking about, Eduardo? And welcome to the show.
Well, thank you very, very much for having me on. It's great to be on the show. So first of all, what trophy hunting is, it's killing purely for pleasure, for selfies, sports, souvenirs. It's nothing to do with killing for food. Okay, these are two completely different things. It's also not culling, it's not wildlife management. That is something that's done by professionals rather than somebody who just likes to go and shoot for a laugh, for fun. And as you'll remember, probably it's almost exactly 10 years ago, in fact, there was the killing of that lion Cecil by the Minnesota dentist, Walter Palmer. And he was a bow hunter. So what I've been doing over the last few years is I've actually been trying to research all of the people involved, to try to understand why it is that they do this, what motivates them, what drives them to want to shoot lions and cheetahs and elephants and beautiful animals like that. And so I met with them, corresponded with them, spoke on the phone, visited their trophy rooms. We also visited with the taxidermists who do the mounts, and really so I'm bringing out this trilogy of books to mark the anniversary of the killing of Cecil, and what it tries to do is it tells the story of trophy hunting from the trophy hunter's perspective as much as possible. So it's their own accounts of their hunts and what they mean to them. So it's not just about what they've done, but it's about what they feel. And there's a number of things that surprised me in there. I think one of the things that people probably thought when Cecil happened was, hey, this was a one-off. This doesn't happen very often. Well, in fact, since Cecil was killed in 2015, trophy hunters from around the world have shot something like 10,000 more lions. And every year they kill tens of thousands of animals, many of them endangered species. So for example, the cheetah, there's 6,500 cheetahs left. Why are we still killing cheetahs? There's other animals that are probably even more, rhinos, for example. There's only 3,000 black rhinos left on Earth. Why are we still shooting black rhinos? Because we don't shoot pandas, we don't shoot gorillas, we don't shoot tigers for sport and for souvenirs. So why are we killing some animals that are endangered and yet others, it's a completely different story?
Yeah, and what is the motivation? I saw some quotes on the website talking about, I mean, they could only amount to bloodlust. I mean, they even talked about like the enormous amount of blood as if it was exciting. Like, I don't know.
That was probably the biggest and the most shocking finding from my research. And this is something I've been doing for about 3-4 years, really. So, as well as the fact that there were some hunters who've shot literally thousands of animals. I mean, there was one guy, he'd shot, well, over 4,000 animals, and that included 1,300 elephants, 340 lions, and even a couple of gorillas. There was another guy, he'd shot so many animals, he'd lost count. All he could say, it was thousands. I can't tell you how, but it's thousands. So there's that. But you're absolutely right. The bloodlust was the thing that shocked me most. So, for example, the guy who shot over 4,000 animals, he insisted that I only hunt in moderation. And but it was the thrill, the adrenaline rush, and the addiction. That was the thing that was the common thread through all of them. So they said things like, I'm just going to read a couple of lines of it. So one guy, he talks about how the adrenaline starts coursing through my blood when I see the animals. Another one called it the moment of the kill. He says, this was the most emotional moment of my life. A guy who's shot 5,000 elephants, he's given this extraordinary account where he talks about the exhilaration and the goosebumps, and the smile was so painful. You know, he was another guy, he also bear hunter. He talks about the fire of desire to get this trophy. Another talks about the adrenaline-induced experience. I mean, again, I mean, there's dozens and dozens more examples. That was the common thread. But the thing that probably worried me a little bit more than that even was when they did talk about the injuries. So if we remember Cecil, so he was shot by this bow hunter and he was left to die. And because the Walter Palmer, the dentist, he wanted to win this particular award that Safari Club International gives out to hunters who shoot big game animals with bows and arrows. I mean, it has a number of these awards where, you know, it encourages people to shoot things with revolvers and crossbows and so on. And in the records book, it's got a special section for people who shoot hippos, for example, with an air gun. One of the consequences of that, and also the fact that you don't need to have any certification or training or aptitude, whatever, to shoot these animals, is a lot of animals are horribly injured. And so there's been a number of studies by US authorities showing that the majority of animals shot by trophy hunters aren't killed quickly or cleanly. They suffer very long and slow and painful deaths, and you have some pretty gory injuries. And there seems to be an almost sadistic pleasure that some of the trophy hunters express in those injuries. So, I mean, there's one guy, I'm just going to read 3 examples. It's all about lions, okay? So one guy, and he's a former president of Safari Club International, he says, the lion's head snaps backward and explodes with smoke from my bullet. Another lion hunter, an Australian, this guy, he says, I shot it through the left eye, blowing out the back of the skull. And then the third one, the arrow entered beneath the lioness's chin and took out her heart. And it's important to understand the context in which they were said. So these weren't, if you like, regretful confessions. These were celebratory statements. You can almost hear them saying "yeehaw" when they say this. Okay, this was kind of like, this was part of the achievement, the accomplishment, the fulfillment is seeing this animal, I mean, absolutely destroyed. And in so many cases, and as I say, the vast majority, in fact, the hunters who usually shoot from a long way away for their own safety, and they're shooting in such a way as not to spoil the trophy, so they don't want a big hole in the head or anything. And, you know, if you're shooting a big animal from, let's say, 200 yards away, and that's quite a distance, and you're not you're not a sniper, you're not a marksman, you're just any guy, you're any Joe. I don't know, if the wind shifts or the animal moves slightly, you're not going to kill it cleanly. You're going to injure it. And so often the tales talk about following the blood trail, or even following intestines and other blood, you know, bits of body in order to find the animal. And in a lot of cases, they never do. Or they maybe even stumble across it 2 weeks later whilst they're hunting something else. That's happened in a few cases. But there are a number of instances where it just doesn't happen. So when Walter Palmer shot Cecil with the bow and arrow, he didn't kill it outright. And he didn't want to put it out of its misery with a shot from a rifle, because that would invalidate his claim to the prize that he wanted. So he thought, well, I'm going to go back to camp. I'm going to have dinner. I'm going to have a nice night's sleep. I'm going to come back in the morning, find the animal dead, take it home. He came back, and Cecil wasn't dead, but and they in fact couldn't find him because he'd crawled under a bush, but they could hear him. That's how they detected where he was, because he was making this awful rasping noise because of the blood in his lungs. So he was drowning in his own blood, and that was how they managed to identify where he was. He got a second arrow, and he was killed. And unfortunately, the injuries, the really horrible injuries that are caused, happens in the majority of cases. And somehow, a lot of the guys who inflict them, they seem to get some really quite sick, perverted pleasure out of it.
Yeah, we're talking about a different breed of hunter, and again, I want to make that point. We're talking with Eduardo Goncalves, founder of the campaign to ban trophy hunting, and you know, a lot of folks in Wyoming they hunt for meat. It's sustainable living kind of hunting. There's even, for the most part, a reverence over the kill, not a gleeful, joyful, rejoicing. There's reverence and thanking the animal for giving its life, that kind of thing. That's not the hunting we're talking about. We're talking about hunters who, and I don't even think we're talking about Ernest Hemingway goes on safari and he's trying to bag the 5 animals for his den or something. We're talking about people who've shot and killed hundreds, thousands of animals and really seem to get some perverted enjoyment out of it. That kind of trophy hunting doesn't make ecosystem sense. I mean, predators take the weakest. That's how you make a better animal, a better herd. So to take the best hunting doesn't fit that conversation. But talk about the books now. 20 Elephants in 75 Minutes. Shoot one lion, get one free. These are part of the trilogy. Where can we get these books? And they're among many you've written.
That's right. So they're all on Amazon right now. So you can search for them on Amazon and they're available right now. And there's 3 books and they try to do something slightly different. Actually, just before I talk about them, I just want to address the point that you made there. You're absolutely right. And in fact, we have quite a few deer hunters in the US, in the UK, everywhere, who actually support what we do, because it is a completely different thing that we're talking about. These are animals that are in many cases endangered, that are being shot for the hell of it. Yeah. Right. There's no benefit to anyone and certainly not to the ecosystem for it. So 20 Elephants in 75 Minutes, that is about the world's top trophy hunters. And by that, I mean the people who've shot the most animals. And 20 Elephants in 75 Minutes was actually a boast by one of the guys who's in this book. So all of the chapter names are something they've actually said, they've genuinely said, or in some cases has been said about them if there's been a biography written of them. And in all cases, they've shot hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of animals. So for example, there was one guy, he actually underwent some personal misfortune. He lost a few members of the family. And so he goes on an 18-year non-stop hunting spree. So he goes to the Safari Club International Conventions in January, buys up a whole load of hunts, spends the rest of the year hunting all around the world. And then he goes back the following January, buys some more hunts. And that's how he spent 18 years of his life. So the majority of the guys in there, they are Americans, I'm afraid to say. They're not only Americans, there are Canadians in there, there's Mexicans in there, there's Spaniards in there, there's Russians in there, there's a Hungarian as well. The fact is, though, that one of the reasons probably there's more Americans is that the tool to use to estimate the number of animals that they've killed is through the Safari Club International Awards Program. So you can find out what awards people have won, because each of those requires a minimum number of animals to be shot. So, for example, if a hunter has won the Hunting Achievement Award at diamond level, then you know they've shot animals from 125 different species. If they've shot the Animals of Africa Award, then they've shot animals from 80 different species, and so on and so forth. And so, for example, there's a property developer in New Jersey who's won something like 60, 70 different awards, and you add up all the animals, it comes to over 800. So that's kind of how we're able to come up with a league table. Then in other cases, it's because of how many animals they've got in their trophy rooms, because not all of the animals they've shot will be eligible for awards. So, for example, giraffes, which are pretty popular, they don't count. Zebras don't count. Monkeys and baboons, again, very popular amongst trophy hunters, they don't count. But a lot of the big trophy hunters have shot all of those animals. So that's the 20 elephants in 75 minutes. Shoot one lion and get one free talks about the companies. So the companies that, or the outfitters, as they're known in the trade. So these are the companies that arrange, organize, host your hunting holiday. And the Safari Club International has a records book, and it shows which companies have helped hunters shoot the most endangered animals and the biggest animals. So we know, for example, that there's a leading fundraiser, a businessman in California. He holds the world record for shooting the largest leopard ever known. He's also broken the world record for lions, and his family have got record elephants and rhinos as well. And it was interesting to see just how easy it is to buy any animal on the internet to shoot. So there's one website in particular that I talk about in there. It's called bookyourhunt.com. It's kind of like the Amazon for trophy hunters. You go on there, so instead of buying whatever, a book, a t-shirt, a garden rake off Amazon, you go in there and you can buy a lion, a cheetah, an elephant to shoot. But actually you can shoot a whole load of other things. So if you want, you can get yourself a monkey or a squirrel or a skunk or a seal or an anteater or a wallaby or a sheep. Sheep is very popular. And of course, then there are the ranches in Texas that breed exotic animals, right? So there's ranches in Texas where you can go and shoot zebras, where you can go and shoot kangaroos, where you can even shoot animals that are extinct in the wild. They no longer exist in the wild, but they're bred specifically just for a trophy hunter to have that extra special trophy, the animal that nobody else, no one amongst their peers will have, and they can feel extra proud about.
Eduardo, we're out of time. Eduardo Goncalves, he's the founder of the campaign to ban trophy hunting. Find him on the internet at bantrophyhunting.org. Look for the books as well on Amazon. Eduardo, thanks so much for stopping by.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Cowboy State Daily continues after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Powder River Energy wants to build a solar array in Moorcroft near the rodeo grounds, looking to generate its own solar power and store it in batteries until it's needed. But like many rural areas around Wyoming, Crook County doesn't have a regulatory structure to permit solar and wind projects. So Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the county drafted a new set of rules and has solicited the public's input on them.
The county said, well, we actually don't have any regulations for managing this kind of project, and not only for solar, but for wind as well. And so I spoke to a county commissioner, and he said, what's going on with wind around the state with the controversial projects that have made a lot of headlines in Cowboy State Daily, we figured it was time for Crook County to get their regulations up to date so they could handle this solar project. And then down the road, should some wind project come along, they'd be ready for that as well.
The draft wind and solar regulations up for public comment include notice requirements to landowners within 1 mile of proposed facilities, along with minimum setback distances from property lines, roads, and residential structures. A bomb squad crossed South Pass on Wednesday in response to what looked like a pipe bomb along Lander's idyllic Poposia River Walk. Fortunately, a number of law enforcement officials were in Lander for a conference, including the Sweetwater County Undersheriff. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lander's interim police chief called on his colleague for a little assistance.
The interim police chief of Lander turns to the undersheriff of Sweetwater County and says, hey, can you send up your bomb squad? They x-ray the thing, and then they use some physics to attack the device from a safe distance. In the process, they found out that there wasn't like a wire connecting a battery to some kind of detonation substance. They called Joey Correnti, who taught bomb disarming in the Army, and he was like, yes, you have to show so much caution. Even if you think that they're fake, they might be decoy fakes. In other words, real.
This marks the second time Fremont County residents have found mock explosives alongside rivers in the past 3 months. A more than 40-mile high-speed chase through Carbon County on Tuesday ended in Saratoga with the arrest of the driver and his passenger on felony drug charges. Andrew Nolan and Aaron Campa are accused of leading law enforcement on a chase along I-80 that began in Rawlins, made a few loops through Sinclair, before finally stopping in Saratoga. And Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that during the extended pursuit, the couple could be seen tossing objects out of the window that were later determined to be drugs and paraphernalia.
Part of the challenge for the troopers to put these cases together is to go back and locate those drugs. So in this case, it was easier for the trooper because they call out landmarks. So this time he could see they were throwing it out near a fire hydrant. So he could say fire hydrant. And so then when they go back, they are able to more easily find the drugs.
This is the third high-speed chase in Wyoming within a week, including a Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper who rolled his vehicle Friday in pursuit of a homicide suspect fleeing Colorado. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
4 people were arrested Tuesday after drag racing multiple high-end luxury sports cars in Grand Teton National Park. The park's Wednesday statement on the incident did not say what makes or models the luxury cars were, nor who was arrested or how fast they were driving. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to an automotive expert who posed the legitimate question, what would happen to a Lamborghini if it hit a black bear?
To the chagrin of everyone, they're not telling us what kind of cars they were. Were they Lamborghinis? Were they Bugattis? We do not know. So we don't know their top speeds. We don't know the survival chances of a bear. What we do know is there can be some steep penalties for excessive joyriding in a national park.
Automotive writer Aaron Turpin told Cowboy State Daily the national park's curved roads are an irrational place for drag racing, since people with the means to buy luxury cars can hop over to Utah and pay to use a racetrack, rather than risk obliterating a black bear with a carbon fiber car body. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. It's June 26th. If we have time, we'll slip in a little bit of this day in history, but I'm anticipating Renee Jean joining the conversation. And of course, Ask Abby coming up in a bit. And we are going to ask Abby all about the Brady Bunch. Brady Bunch trivia. Just cause. Let's see how well she does. Brady Bunch probably predates her, but of course it's in reruns. Has been since 1975, so no reason why she couldn't be up to date on the latest to do with Brady Bunch. It was this day that Brigham Young's caravan went through South Pass in Wyoming, 1847 the date. And, well, there's Renee. Let's suspend our This Day in History and get right to Renee Jean. Hi, Renee. What's going on?
Not much. Same old day, a different day of the week, but same old day.
Every day's new and exciting. We need you on your A game here because Thursday, you never know when they could be doing ratings on this show, like the Nielsen ratings. Could be today. So let's bring the best show we can. And let's not crypto. That's what I wanted to talk about. Kraken. We're releasing the Kraken. This company, they've been around since they've been around since we've been talking about crypto. It's an old, you say old in digital assets and cryptocurrency. It's not that old, but they're pretty well established and headquartering in Wyoming. That's a big deal. This is a huge company.
I mean, they're not just a big fish, Jake. They are literally a whale in the crypto industry. We're talking about a $2.9 billion company, and I don't know of any company in Wyoming that comes close to that. The next nearest I could find was 100 million.
Yeah, that's big. And our buddy Tyler Lindholm helped get him here. He's all about crypto, former legislator. Yeah, I'm excited about this. Could be a good thing.
Yeah, I think it is a good thing. They're tried and true, I guess you could say. Like many crypto industries, they did face trouble under the Biden administration. The Biden administration seemed to have targeted crypto industries in particular. But what is kind of ironic about it, Jake, is the Biden administration was targeting the crypto companies that were knocking on the front door saying, hey, we'd like to play by the rules. We'd like a good regulatory framework with strong consumer protections so that we can innovate in this new and emerging space. And so, instead of helping them do that, they basically kicked them all to the curb and said, no, and we won't let you have your master accounts, and you can't play in our sandbox, take your Tonka toys and go home. But then exchanges like FTX, which went in the back door by buying the littlest bank they could find that already had a master account, so they could do whatever they wanted and have access to the Fed Reserve. They let them in and didn't do a thing about it. So I find that very interesting. Why would you target the ones that are knocking on the front door? Wyoming sat down with the Federal Reserve, had 100 meetings with them to iron out our cryptocurrency laws to make sure that the Fed was pleased with them. And then basically they kicked Wyoming, the Biden administration kicked Wyoming's efforts to the curb, basically. A lot of work went into that.
That's an interesting aspect about this story, other than just, a big company wants to headquarter in Wyoming. That's, really good news on the whole business front. But that aspect of, Sleepy Joe had the aversion to Bitcoin, to crypto. He didn't like it. Yet here was a company that was offering to show all of America how to do it right, how to do it legitimately. Didn't have to be the Wild West of cryptocurrency. We could come into the new age behind a company like Kraken. I mean, you should have been all for these guys. But these guys are all for Wyoming. I love the CEO, his quotes. He's like, man, we love this place, even the wind.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool part of this story too, is like they're very taken with Wyoming. They like the culture, they like the cowboy code, they like the weather here. And I have seen all the comments on the story about, oh, they're here because there's no regulations. And that's puzzling because Wyoming has spent many, many, many hours creating regulations that have strong protections for consumers. What Wyoming has done is a national model. It's actually part of the latest the stable token bill that passed. A lot of that is what Wyoming developed. So Wyoming's a leader in this space. They're not here because there are no regulations. They are here because there are regulations. Unlike the wild, wild west everywhere else, where it's regulation by enforcement, and we don't like crypto. So if you're crypto, it doesn't matter if you're trying to play by the rules. We just don't like you. We're going to shut the door. Wyoming's not been like that. They've been a leader in this space.
Oh, there's a lot of reasons for Kraken to want to be here. I mean, after California, number one, the exit from California. But yeah, we all love Wyoming. We get it. Now, sure, there's the tax benefits. You're headquartered here, the corporate tax, real friendly. But there's also being a part of, as the CEO pointed out of Kraken, being a part of this emerging tech. And Wyoming has announced that it wants to be on the forefront of bringing in the new age of crypto, digital asset, blockchain. And Kraken's like, yeah, we want to be there too. Let's all do it together. It's a great story, Renee.
I would think probably too, we're going to see more companies follow in the wake of Kraken. They're a huge company. I looked them up on the Secretary of State's website. There's like 38 companies with Kraken in the name, and probably 90% of those belong to Kraken. It's some division or subsidiary of Kraken.
Nice. Well, that's a feel good. How about for a feel bad story? Man, can we not get these two parties together? Renee talks about Thermopolis, Star Plunge, and the ongoing thing there. And we learned, and we had both on the show this week, which is interesting. We learned that Senator Ogden Driscoll got involved trying to bring these two together, and he brought in another senator, Mike Garreau. Garrew's got some experience in concessionaires, hospitality. Between those two, if you can't negotiate a deal, if you can't mediate a dispute, I don't know what's left. And both of them said, we give up.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I was surprised to learn that the state had offered to let a third party come in and open that for Roland. They would pay him rent. I was surprised to learn that. And this story was kind of like a little ping pong ball. I learned that offer had been made, so I talked to Roland. I learned that he's considering that offer. But then after that, it came out that, the state already had a third party vendor lined up. So Star Plunge could have actually opened a month ago. But I understand kind of why Roland might be a little hesitant. The third-party vendor the state lined up is the vendor the state chose to manage all of the amenities in the park. Given that there's a lawsuit between the parties, I think I can see his perspective on why you wouldn't want to do that. But, it was kind of like a ping pong ball. Each side was giving me one little tidbit, and then I would learn a new little tidbit. Yeah. And I just had to keep going back and forth. It was crazy.
Yeah, I've been there. That's frustrating for a reporter. I don't need to tell you. And it reminds me of police investigation where you're talking to someone and they don't disclose. You go to the other person. You're like, why didn't you tell me this when I was talking to you? Like, how many times do I have to go back and forth? So the owner operator of Star Plunge. Did you leave it with he might have a party that could run it and just give him the money in mind? I don't know.
He said he was looking for someone to do that.
He didn't want the one the state had. He would look for.
He never responded to me
Mm.
about the state's offer to let Hot Springs LLC run it. I sent him a text about that. I emailed him about that. No response. All I got was crickets. So he's not willing to talk about that. But yeah, that I told both parties that was kind of frustrating because like I can ask all of your questions, but to have to keep going back and forth, people are busy. They have other things to do. And it's not fair to have to keep, doing that. Just disclose the information. Dang it.
Yeah, come on. Hey, you were holding back from us. You never disclosed about this really cool horse that you saw up there at Chris Ledude. You talked all about Chris Ledude's and Casey, and it rained. You also saw this really neat Andalusian war horse.
Well, so I wasn't holding anything back. I wrote a whole story about it.
I
Jake. What are you
know, but
talking
when
about?
you did, and it was, I'm like, wait a minute. When I talked to her about
Will?
what you talking about, Willie? Yeah, this is a really neat horse. It's really neat how Santana came to own this horse, and yeah.
So, I was just putzing around at the KC days and I wandered down to the rodeo to see, what that was all about. I thought maybe I could get a couple cool shots or something. Uh, you just never know. You got to check everything out. It took me a while to get there. By the time I got there, the event was almost over. But about 5 minutes in, this guy came out and started performing and just really captured the audience's attention. The energy of this performance was amazing. I thought it was really cool. Um, and Felix Santana is a third generation horse trainer. He took a different approach with this horse than is maybe the usual training methods. The usual training methods have been questioned, quite frankly, and there are groups out there that say they're harmful. This horse wasn't trained that way. Felix just kind of let the horse show him what he was willing and liked to do, and they developed it into this really neat routine. The horse just kind of dancing around the arena, uh, just so much energy. But he also trained him to do some old war horse maneuvers. Some of this was inspired by that. The prancing horses, the Spanish kings, when they would return from battle, their horses prancing back to the castle. That's very impressive to the crowds, of course. And then the standing up on his hind legs, that used to be a maneuver to knock the other guy off his horse. He would stand up and then the horse was trained to like punch out
Yeah.
the other guy off his horse. So, a lot of history behind the Andalusian breed. Some people think that it could go back. So the Uguada Militar, which, developed this is a stud farm that developed the Andalusian horse, that goes back to 1847. But they have found paintings of similar horses that date back to 20,000 BCE. So this is a very old and ancient bloodline of horses. It's kind of very rare in this part of the world. It's expensive to import these horses over here. They're more common in Spain, but the history of this horse is kind of being lost. So I think it's really cool that they travel and tell the story of Andalusian horses.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some that believe that this might be a breed all its own. It goes back so pure in Spanish bloodlines. The Pura Raza Española is a form of Andalusian, but it might be a breed all its own. This is a really cool horse. And Felix Santana was able to, by the way, get a hold of it. He's like, as soon as he saw the horse, he's like, I got to have that horse, but there's no way I could ever afford something flashy like that. And he caught the owner on a good day or a bad day. The owner says, you got to have him. I'll give you to him real cheap because he's so stubborn. I can't train him. He's untrainable. And Felix took time with him, 4 years. He let the horse do things on the horse's time, and look what he got out of it. Man, just a fantastic horse and really cool show. I wish I could have seen that. One last thing, Renee. How about honeybees? What is going? We keep hearing about like honeybee loss, and there's viruses, there's mites, there's pesticides. There's many reasons why the honeybee is up against it. And then there's still many questions of why it's true. That our favorite honey place in Du Bois, boy, they had some losses.
Yeah, I saw a press release from USDA came out about some research explaining the honeybee losses earlier in the year, and I thought, oh, okay, there was some problems with honeybees. I should check in with the Du Bois Honey House because I like that because it's a little different than it's not the normal commercial model for honey. That model usually involves contracts in California, almond pollination. That's guaranteed money. It makes a lot of sense. Honey, the flow of honey is variable. It's not always good every year. So a store that depends on it, it can be kind of up and down. But I love that they are exploring that model. It's a more European model. This guy ran across one in New Zealand. So I thought, well, why don't I check in with him and see what happened in Wyoming? And indeed, in Wyoming, there were unexpectedly large colony losses. Colony losses are pretty common with the honeybee trade. They are, after all, an import. Uh, so, they don't like our variable springs. We're way above average in February, and then the next day we're way below. That's pretty hard on honeybees. That's not their normal environment. But the losses seem to have been related to a resistant mite. So, these critters that we try to control, pesticides, they become resistant to those pesticides if you use them too often. So you got to change things up. You've got to find a different actor to kind of control that, or maybe it's different management techniques in combination so that because these critters adapt to whatever you throw at them. They're just like people. They find a new way. And that seems to be what may have happened. There were lots of commercial colonies that lost 67% of their hives. We're talking millions of dollars lost there.
And yeah, who doesn't like honeybees? Not those stupid a-hole wasps or Africanized killer bees. We love the honeybee. It does its job pollinating. In fact, that's a reason to keep the bees. But I love, you're right, I love the model that the honey house has in Du Bois. They go from, it's like farm to fork. It's like hive to honey. And they just retail it right there, locally sourced honey. So I hope they have a rebound. Yeah, it's never, being a beekeeper is probably never easy. Certainly in Wyoming, where we get winter, it's probably really tough.
Hey, Jake, I got to go. I got an interview coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're going to go to Abby. Thank you.
Yep. Right.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. That's Renee G. with her stories. Ask Abby's segment is next after these words.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and Du Bois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, Machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Everybody's favorite segment, it's Ask Abby. Getting with Gretel is the subhead. What's going on, Abby?
Not much, Jake.
You got your thinking cap on? You feeling smart?
Dude, I'm feeling super smart today.
Whoa, back off.
Yeah.
You're at a 10. We need you at a
I'm
11.
I'm at a 10 and a half.
I got this. Here's a little indication of where we're going with this.
Here's the story of a lovely lady who was bringing...
So, that's as much as I dare play. We're probably going to get copyright infringement. I don't know who has the copyright to that because it was recorded by the kids of the Brady Bunch only after it was already recorded by like a real group. And I'm trying to find the name of that should be a trivia question. Who sang that? Who wrote and sang and performed? Well, they didn't write it, actually. They sang it originally. Who was the band that sang Brady Bunch theme song?
Gosh, I don't know.
It was
when did the Brady Bunch come out?
That's going to be another question. You don't ask the questions here. I ask the questions. When did it come out? That's mine for you. But hold on. You're right. I'm getting ahead of myself. When did the Brady Bunch debut? What year?
I would say it had to been not 70s, somewhere in the 60s. Right? No?
Well, more specific, but I like your thinking. Like where you're going with this.
1969.
On the nose. Dang, you do have your thinking cap on. You're smart today. Who created the Brady Bunch series? He was like a famous, he also created Gilligan's Island, by the way. And back in the day, Brady Bunch was preceded by Gilligan's Island. Both came from a mastermind by this old-time Hollywood executive producer, writer dude.
Are those the only two shows he did?
I think he did more. I think he did a lot. Like he did like every show of the 70s practically. And you can see his name if you can picture
I
it
know.
on the
I can
Brady
see
Bunch.
It's like S and S.
Yes! We're going to give it to you just for that.
Yes.
It was
I know.
S&S. Yes, it was Sherwood
Sherwood?
Schwartz.
Yeah.
Wow. You're doing really good. Now, we didn't ask you, are you a Brady Bunch fan? Like, have you watched it? Do you watch it? Do you like it?
Yeah, I watched it when I was little.
Yeah.
I remember it was probably all reruns at that point, considering I was not born in 1969. But yeah, I love. And then what was really awful was when they did in the 90s when they did those terrible movies.
Yeah.
Ugh, that should have never happened.
It should not have happened. Yeah, leave it alone. It was good. It was great. Don't mess with it. Which network originally aired the Brady Bunch? You can see it in reruns now, of course.
Oh yeah, the Peacock. Oh, what?
It was a good guess. I mean, you got one of three. Back then, there was no Fox, so it ended in a C. You knew that, or well, actually,
It wasn't NBC.
No, it was not the Peacock. Do I need to buzz you again?
The message isn't getting through. I'm not wrong.
I know what the Peacock is, and you're wrong. So there's only two more.
Oh, it would have been ABC.
Hey.
What was ABC's logo?
What does ABC do? CBS is the eye. NBC's the Peacock. What is? Oh, that's a good question. And
You're on
again,
trivia now.
I'm not the one being interviewed here or asked. It's just a circle with ABC in it, all lowercase.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's not very exciting.
Like HBO, but not.
Yeah.
So HBO is turning itself back to HBO.
They are?
You know, they did this huge change to be Max.
Oh, well, there's already a Max. I thought Cinemax is Max.
No.
Oh.
They changed it to Max, and now they're like, just kidding. We're going to be HBO again.
Yeah, I long ditched HBO when we all went to the internet. I thought HBO would get left in the dust. They were
You're so wrong.
They were like a cable. They're like a OG of the cable company era. I cut the cable a long time ago. What's HBO still doing hanging around?
Making an incredible series.
They are, which I do admit. I thought they would die the way of the dinosaur, but they are making really, and people mention it, and I'm like, I don't know that one because it's on HBO.
Oh, you need to get it together, Jake.
All right.
Someone just laughed. Who laughed? Who's there?
The wife is here cackling away.
Tell her to throw out some trivia answers for me.
Yeah, help out Abby.
Phone.
Well, you don't need help so far. Okay, total episode. By the way, the Brady Bunch did not do real well initially, and really through much of its run. The ratings were not great. In fact, it wasn't until their final season they were actually approved for a whole season. Each year, at the end of the season, they'd be approved for another year run, but only like half the episode, like 13 episodes. They never were approved for a whole another new season until the very end. And it was ratings from kids who really pushed it. The kids were their main audience, probably because they identified with, 6 kids. But how many total episodes within 10?
Oh gosh. Okay. Trying to do the math.
You're good at this. You usually nail these.
Within 10?
Yeah.
It's going to be over 100. Less than 150. Less than 120. 117.
All right. You're accused of Googling.
My hands were up the whole time.
Get off the Googler.
I'm not Googling.
There's no way you know that. 117.
I told you I was feeling really smart today.
I swear you're cheating. If I catch you cheating, don't give me that look. We're doing Ask Abby on the radio, by the way. If you can't see Abby, it's your loss. But she's looking real smirky. Like, oh, you must be cheating. 117 episodes. Exactly.
On the dot. I'm just really lucky.
Okay, what was the dog's name? They had a dog.
Oh yeah, they did have a dog.
They apparently had a cat as well. The cat was from the girls' side. The little girls had a cat that was in one episode. It wasn't even seen. It was mentioned, referenced, but you never heard of it again. But they did have a dog.
You're just saying that because you have a cat.
Yeah.
So you want everyone else to have a cat.
They had a dog. And by the way, this dog appeared in a few episodes, and then all of a sudden the dog never appeared again. And people are like, where the heck's the dog? Because the doghouse remained in the yard. And I'm like, how come we haven't seen the dog? The dog was hit by a car in real life and killed.
That's really sad.
I know. There's a piece of trivia. And the reason they left the doghouse there was because there was a hole in the lawn, which was fake. But I think the lawn caught on fire or something and made a burn mark in the lawn, so the doghouse covered that. But oh my gosh. Give me the dog's name.
I think the dog's name was Tiger.
Abby? Why do I see you looking away? Do you have a cheat sheet? Do you have crib notes?
No, I don't. I'm just very connected to the Brady Bunch today.
Yeah, you're connected to something. All right. More. No, I'm just going to have to double down on how difficult these next questions will be. Who played who? Who played the mom?
In the
in the TV show.
Oh man, she was in a couple others. What else was she in?
I don't know, but I'll give you a cool trivia about her. When she showed up to the studios for her screen test, she had not yet been hired for the job. She needed to get makeup, and there was nobody there to do it. So she went next door, and in the studio lot next door, they were shooting Star Trek. And she sat down in a chair between Captain Kirk and the Vulcan with the ears. And she said neither one said a word to her because obviously they didn't know who she was. So
she's got one of those old timey names.
Yes.
Like Henrietta or something, but it's not.
Not Henrietta, but yeah, like an old name. You never hear this name anymore.
Flo. She was Flo.
Abby, I'm going to turn you off. Like, what is the punishment for cheating? Florence Henderson. Wow.
Florence Henderson. She was an American beauty.
She was an icon. No doubt. Who played the husband? The father.
I'm not going to know that one. He wasn't as famous. Was he?
No. He was not quite as famous. You know what he was famous for is he was famous for being a classically trained actor like Shakespeare. And the only reason he agreed to do this job is Sherwood convinced him that it would be groundbreaking. He's like, this will be a revolutionary show about families, and we're going to do things that's never been done on TV. So he convinced the guy to take the role, and he hated every episode. He was apparently very difficult to work with. He didn't appear in the season finale. He wouldn't be in it. And Sherwood couldn't wait to fire him. He couldn't work with him because this guy felt this job was beneath him to be the dad of the Brady Bunch.
Did we ever find out why the Brady Bunch why they were divorced and whatnot? Did we know that?
She was divorced. He lost his wife through, she was killed.
Oh.
But it's rarely mentioned. And the name was mentioned once of his ex, and hers was never mentioned.
How do you know all of this? Brady
Because
Bunch
I'm
shit?
like trivia up to here, because I did cheat.
Oh,
And
okay.
I've looked all this up. But yeah, give me the dad's name. Come on, it's the easy one.
Robert Reed.
Correct. Robert Reed. What is the one thing about Robert Reed nobody knew until actually after his death?
That he was not fun to work with. You just
He
said.
was not fun to work with. He was not fun to kiss, apparently, because only Florence Henderson knew this about Robert Reed. And she never told anyone till after he died. And she did extra practice with him in kissing scenes to help him through this.
What did he have? Gingivitis?
Oh, we'll give that to you. That was a good one. No,
I'm guessing it was because he was not interested in women.
True. He was gay and not well known. The whole cast knew, but nobody said anything, which is pretty rare. Certainly would be in this day and age. Who played? Okay, let me. Who got with who during the entire run of the Brady Bunch? You probably have heard the rumors.
Off scene, you mean?
Yeah, off show. Who got with who?
The siblings.
Yeah, the siblings all got with each other. Greg Brady, played by.
Ugh, I don't know.
Don't look down. Greg Brady was played by, well, the reason we know a lot about the Brady Bunch, the insider info, is because he came out with a book later and talked all about the seedy stuff. Like,
oh, with his mom.
Yes. Yeah. Greg got with mom. He also got with his sister, and he got a little freaky.
Greg's name was what? Real name was what?
Barry Williams.
Barry Williams. There's
yeah, Barry Williams.
There's your phone a friend. Oh, you're getting a lot right. And by the way, the band that came out with that sang the Brady Bunch show, apparently this was not in your cheat sheet. Maybe Siri doesn't know this one. What was the band that sang the Brady Bunch song or performed it?
Peppermint Trolley Company.
All right, that is cheating. Nobody knows that. That's so deep in Brady Bunch trivia.
I know. Okay, I have to be honest. Greg's sending me all the answers.
Greg!
Yeah.
That's for Greg.
In the morning meeting, we went in the morning meeting and they said, Abby, we want you to get 100% at trivia today because they knew I wouldn't.
Wow.
And so Greg's been feeding me all the answers.
Impressive. Greg can look this up that fast because nobody
Greg
knows that.
Knows it all. Greg probably knows it all. He probably doesn't even look it up.
The Peppermint Trolley Company is the band that performed the Brady Bunch signature song, the series song. But a little extra piece of trivia, Sherwood Schwartz actually heard one of the cast members, one of the boys, humming and singing the song to himself in between takes and thought, I should have the whole Brady Bunch crew sing the song. And then after, I think, the first season, you'll hear the Brady Bunch is singing it. Boy, you're doing...
Well, to be honest, I would have gotten 0 of these correct.
Oh, really? And you...
100%.
You would have got... 100% you would have gotten 0% if not for the help.
I would have not known a single... I could have maybe guessed the network correctly, and that was about it. Otherwise, it would have been a huge flop.
Here you are playing like you caught me up in it. I was rooting for you. I'm like, look at her go.
No, Greg said, we're going to give you the answers today just to make it more fun.
You little cheater.
They picked a great day, though, because seriously, I would have known none of this. I wasn't even born when this came out.
Yeah, but it's in reruns since what year? Been in reruns. We'll give you time for Greg to text you. You didn't see the original run, but it's been in reruns since
The 80s. No.
Earlier than that. It's been in reruns since 1975. Every September started syndication. Every episode has now aired, originally on ABC from 1969 through 1974.
How many bunchers are still alive?
Good one. Everybody except the maid is dead. Robert Reed is dead. Florence Henderson is dead. I think all the kids are still living. Pretty sure. Yeah. You can't beat me on trip. What's Greg could ask me.
Was it Wendy?
The what? The maid? No, not Wendy. What is the maid's name? You got me on that one. I forget. Who's the maid? Her real name or the show? Alice.
Alice.
That's right, Alice. Alice and her boyfriend, who's on everything. What's his face? The boyfriend. And one funny thing is, the kids hated the clothing. They hated the costumes. The kids didn't like them because they weren't cool for the time period. All kids think they're like. They thought they were dated, and Sherwood Schwartz wanted those clothes because he thought they were not period dated. Like, he was thinking already syndication, and he thought in syndication he didn't want people to think that these clothes were all about a certain time. Yet that's exactly what they were, right? The clothes, like when you see the Brady Bunch kids, you're like, that's so 70s.
Yeah.
The kids hated them because they felt the clothes weren't 70s. Schwartz said, that's exactly what I want, the clothes not to appear as if they're from this decade. And yet, that's exactly what you think of when you see the Brady Bunch, like 70s. Well, you did really well, but we found some disturbing news. You are completely disqualified. We're going to have to DQ you, Abby, and you've...
On July 20 or June 26th. Yeah. Well, at least I had to come out with it, though.
No, I appreciate you did disclose, and quite honestly, I'm surprised it took this long for you to start cheating. Like, you've been a good sport. And
yeah, Greg's like, stall, and I think we did a pretty good job.
You stinkers.
Yeah.
Thanks, Abby.
Okay, have a wonderful day.
You too. Have a great weekend. Brady Bunch trivia, and Abby did really, really, really well. Too well, suspiciously well, and yes, she's been disqualified, but not discontinued. Ask Abby next week. Can't wait already. Our favorite segment will be back after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Well, terribly disappointing to see Abby resort to phoning a friend, cheating. Greg Johnson helping her out, a managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, on the sly was feeding her the answers via text. And Greg has the nerve to then text me and ask, what's the prize? What do I win? Nothing. That's cheating. Following up on the rest of the Brady trivia we didn't get to, Alice, the maid, played by Ann B. Davis, of course. The cat was named Fluffy, appeared in one episode in the early on. It was the girl's pet, and you never saw Fluffy again. Tiger the dog appeared in a bunch of shows. By the way, the sliding glass door that Tiger went in and out of, and so did the family to get in the backyard, had no glass in it. It was, you could have walked through it because the glass would have created a glare. And we said the Brady Bunch originally aired on ABC in 1969. That's true, but Sherwood Schwartz did pitch it first to NBC, the Peacock network, and they rejected the idea. Dumb NBC. Couple other pieces of trivia about the Brady Bunch show. A lot of folks believe the urban legend that it's the first time in a TV sitcom, first time on TV that you saw married couples sleeping together. Mike and Carol were in the same bed. First time ever. Well, that's not true. It was actually the 8th time you saw man and wife, husband and wife, in the same bed together. Previous to that, I Love Lucy had an episode where husband and wife were in the same bed. So did The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet in 1952. The Flintstones in 1960, if you want to count cartoons. The Munsters in 1964 had Herman and his wife laying in the same bed. Bewitched did it in 1964, and Green Acres in 1965. So Brady Bunch, a little late to the party on that shocking thing to have two. And by the way, if that was considered shocking by the censorship of the day, the censor standards of the day, like having husband and wife in the same bed, I don't know about that. 1969. You know what was even more surprising is the bathroom, if you think about the bathroom, the boy, whenever they did a scene in the bathroom in the Brady Bunch, you never saw a toilet. That was because the censors thought it was not right to show a toilet on TV. The man and wife in the same bed, oh, that's okay, but you never did see a toilet on the Brady Bunch. Yeah, crazy. What was the Brady Bunch address? What was their home address, by the way? They lived at 4222 Clinton Way. Yeah, there's just so much crazy cool trivia about the Brady Bunch, and Abby did way too good and was disqualified, but not permanently discontinued. It's our favorite segment, Ask Abby. Big thanks for everybody who came on today. This day in history, which we were interrupted with, included 1847. Brigham Young's caravan passed through South Pass on this day. 1849, Lieutenant Daniel Woodbury of the Corps of Engineers purchased Fort Laramie from the American Fur Company for $4,000. Back on this day, 1849. 1876, Major Marcus Reno takes command of the surviving members of the 7th Cavalry, which 1870s, that was, part of the 7th Cavalry did not take part in the Battle of Little Bighorn. That cavalry, 7th Cavalry, was split. Some were off on assignment doing something else, and others, of course, perished in Little Bighorn. This day in 1898, Tupelo... Well, why do we care about Tupelo? Never mind that. Lovell Irrigation Company was organized this day in 1903. In 1909, on this day, Medicine Bow becomes an incorporated town. Happy birthday, Medicine Bow, all the way back to 1909. We heard about a tornado up in Gillette, which is kind of rare to have one up that far north. That was in this day in history, I think yesterday, right? Or maybe the day before. This day in 1995, one person was killed, another injured when a Cat 2 tornado occurred 29 miles from Sheridan. I wonder if that's not the same tornado and it's just listed on 2 different days. Maybe that's the case. Well, that's I don't want the ominous music. I want the regular play out music. Where is it? There. That's going to do it for us today on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll do it again tomorrow for a Friday edition, same time. Meanwhile, everyone, all of y'all, have a good Thursday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.